It was so late. It's busy taking out the trash. Okay, let's see. Delete that, whatever that is. Okay, I think everything's right. Okay, good. This is what? Okay. Oh, all right. I'm just waiting. So tonight, if Kevin and Ariel are on, I'd like to talk a little bit and talk about science and pseudoscience and all this other jazz. That's a great topic. Tomorrow, Kelly wants to do an after hours and talk about poverty. Or maybe it won't be an after hours. I don't know if it's a news thing or just a story thing. Maybe just a whatever, but she can run it. And then I kind of want to do something, a topic related to games one day. Eric's really good into that. I know Bram is. I haven't been playing a lot of games, but I'd like to talk about them. Hi, Harry. And then if there are any Game of Thrones fans, I'd like to talk about the current season and next season, because at this point, everyone who's been reading the books or read the books, they're in the same boat as people who've just watched the show. You pretty much don't know what's going to happen. It's all guesswork. But I don't want to talk about it now because Eric hasn't seen it. I don't want to do any spoilers about the show. So nothing on Game of Thrones for now. Bryan. Oh well, did see your the books are really great, but it's long. And it kind of sucks because it takes them such a long time to write books. Hey, for a second. That if you read all the way up to this latest book, there's probably going to be 2 more books out there, and you're just going to be waiting and waiting, anticipating, and just kind of like, screw it. By the time the next book comes, you're like, well, I kind of forgot everything that went on in the previous books. Books are good. They give you a little bit more insight into all the things that went on in the Game of Thrones world. Brainwashing of my dad. Nope, I haven't seen that. Let me look it up. Hey there, Lost. Hi, Mari. Hey, Kelly.
Hello.
That's a recent movie. How's it going?
Chill. Just relaxing. Done with work, so
Yeah.
time for the talks.
Yeah. Hey, Montoon. Yeah, I had my first full day at work, although I was able to work at home, so that's kind of nice.
Oh yeah.
But man,
Jealous of that. How was that though? Your first day?
I mean, it's good. It's easy. I kind of like getting into all the stuff we need to do. It's just gonna be hectic because right now we were a team of 9. Then the company I work for laid off one of our members of our group, so we only have a team of 8 that actually works on our products. So I'm back from parental leave. I'm probably gonna take a month off in September. Sometime at the end of August, one of my coworkers, she does QA. She's going to be having a second baby too, so she's going to be on parental leave. And then in December, like the lead developer, and he's going to become a VP eventually. He's going to also have a second kid, so he'll be gone for a while. And then 2 of our most senior members, they're thinking of retiring at the end of this
Oh,
year. We don't know whether they are or not. Um, so, um,
that's
like,
crazy.
yeah. So it'll be, yeah, it'll be tough figuring out what's gonna happen. And yeah, so, and there's also other projects going on. So I'm working, doing all the normal stuff, but I also I have to rebuild all the automation scripts that I built because we upgraded our servers to
Hmm.
newer servers. So I just have to make sure everything's working and create new ones for the newest product that we released before I went on leave. Whole bunch of stuff. It sucks. It's good though because it keeps me busy. Like when you're busy, time flies by so quick at work.
Oh yeah. Well, hopefully they won't stick you with too much work, you know. Hopefully if
Yeah.
they can get another person or something to help out with that, because it sounds like the amount of slack you guys are gonna have to pick up is just gonna increase.
Yeah, it's also tough because our budget seems to get lower, or we don't get the same budget as we did when we lose someone or someone
Uh,
previous. So if there's gonna be another QA person, it's gonna be someone with zero experience, so I'm gonna have to train them all over
oh
again.
yeah,
And then, yeah, and then what sucks is, well, I hope they can do all the paperwork because I don't like doing all the administrative paperwork. I'd rather keep doing what I'm doing. So I kind of don't want to, if like be a VP or something like that, like upper management. I don't. I'm not upper management type of person.
yeah. I see. I don't think I'd want to do that either.
Yeah. I like working hands on, and I don't see how I would benefit them doing just all that stuff and hire someone else to try to do what I do.
Yeah,
That just doesn't
gotcha.
make sense. So it's easier for them just to hire some upper management that doesn't piss me off or anybody else off.
Well, you mentioned a product before. Could you talk more about that, or is that?
So it's a retirement planning software. So
Oh, okay.
it does. So they started out as an individual company like 30 years ago, 30 plus, and then they ran out of funding. So they're looking around, and one of the guys who worked there ended up having money to buy the company and ended up being looking around and found a couple companies to work for. So they got sold off, but another company bought them. They got sold off again. So we're currently at AIG, and so
Hmm.
we help. They use us exclusively. The group used to, before I got hired, was working for all these different types of companies with using the retirement planning software. But now it's just they're not going to sell us off because the product is so well utilized. So
Well, that's good. At
we're,
least there's a need.
yeah, it's. I don't want to talk too much about the company as a whole, but man, big companies, big corporations are tough to work for.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Well, I'm gonna have to get into that too. The job I recently started when I came out here to Colorado is working a lot with like project planning and stuff like that for
yeah,
these big companies, which part of like my inner ethics side is kind of, I don't know, it feels very contradictory. I don't know
yeah,
how long I'll end up staying here, but like everything else is cool. It just, I don't know, I'm working for those big clients.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I feel like it's a lot like when I was in the Navy. It's like I didn't really like the military, the Navy, the higher ups, the
Hmm.
objectives, or like the missions, whatnot. But the people that I'm with, that we have to complete our missions or goals or do our job, those that's awesome. So
Yeah,
working
yeah.
with the team that I'm working with is great. And that's the thing is like these days, if you're a small company, you're gonna be bought up. There's huge corporations that just buy up so many small companies, and they're just still their own companies. They're just owned by something bigger,
Hmm.
and that kind of sucks.
Yeah, yeah. It's an interesting world.
Yeah.
I would have been cool too, like if there was an alternate or parallel universe and little startup software companies didn't go through that, and you could just be like a mom and pop software company. That
Yeah.
would be pretty chill.
Well, it usually happens that way for like a year or two. Hi, Alice. Um,
Hello.
but for example, I worked at one company called Rome Data before this job, and the so the guy who started it, I kind of knew, even though he lied that he was going to keep it growing, he was going to sell it, but a lot of things happen in the startup. So
Hmm.
he it got bought out eventually by this bigger corporation in France. It had to do with like credit card swipers, and
Hmm.
so I mean he started three before and he sold three before, so he's in it just to get you know
Another money.
the
Yeah.
stocks, have
Yeah.
them worth something to sell it all off. So he started the next one, and I was like, no, I'm done. It was a bad place to work. Like he was probably a good person, good businessman, but it's not really worth it to work all these like 80, 90 hour weeks. But
Right.
the when he started after that, he sold it. He only had it for going for like 6 months, and he sold it to Samsung. So that's Samsung Pay. So, um, it, it got bought by a lot of money because the market is big. If
Yeah.
corporations aren't going to start their own thing, they're just going to buy it off. It's cheaper, and you just buy the IP, you buy the people who've been building it, and there you go. That's how business is these days.
Yeah. It's kind of sad that. Oh, I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's just from the viewpoint of the people who have to go through that startup process and put in all that hard work just to kind of hand it off. I
Yeah.
don't know. Like,
The workers usually get screwed. I mean, there's like 5% chance, maybe less, that your startup that you're working for is going to actually have your stock options worth something when it sells.
hmm,
But that's very rare, and everyone hopes for that, and that's good. It's like winning a lottery. It may be a little bit better than winning a lottery, or worse, because you're still working a lot of hours. You're usually working with less pay at a startup. The only
right.
benefits really is if you are making low, you can kind of make higher because they're not going to get people who've been working for like 4 or 5 years at one company to just join in at a startup. And older people with more experience, they're going to have actually younger people, mid-level people to kind of step up and have a higher role. You won't make as much money on average than people doing the same thing, but you'll get experience. And not only
Hmm.
the experience, you're going to be doing more things than just what you're specialized in. Like if you're, like for me, I'm a QA engineer. I do programming and I know database, so it's it's more than one thing, and I wouldn't have learned that if I just stuck to big corporation like Microsoft or something like that. So
Right, right.
it really helps to move around, and also jumping from company to company is a faster pay raise than a standard 3% raise at a typical company you stay at. So the incentives to stay at one company isn't as good anymore as it was in the past, because there's no incentive, there's no pensions, there's 401ks, you can roll them over. The benefits jump and differ from company to company. So,
Yeah, that's kind of the route I'm trying to go to. Like this job that I took, while they do work for these big companies, it's still more of a like a smaller. I mean, not necessarily like a startup because it's a little bigger than that, but like it's still smaller in scale. So they do rely on their people to take multiple roles on. And so that was one of the things that intrigued me. So I wouldn't have to work on like say drivers, every single day in and out doing the same exact thing. I get to mix it up a little bit and try out some new things and get some experience.
yeah, that's the best way to go. So if anyone who especially wants to, grow, get better paying jobs in IT, eventually you want to work at a startup.
Mm.
at least 1 or 2 stints at a startup, because you get a lot more. You get ground level experience of how business works and how a lot of times how stock options work, how because you'll get them a lot better than you would if you were starting at Microsoft. Even though I guess at Microsoft your stock is still worth something, but the potential is there. You get a lot more stock at the initial offering, and then you see where they get their money, how money is raised. They have their company meetings where you have company meetings. That's kind of just a corporation thing. And you meet a lot of new people, some good, some not so good, but you kind of see how things are run and how people are hired, and it's a good experience. It's a horrible experience, but it's a good experience, a rewarding experience, I'd say.
It's like the struggle.
Yeah.
The struggle's rewarding.
I remember hearing stories about stuff like that when I used to be in the engineering college at OSU.
Yeah.
But I never quite got to that point beyond like the intro to engineering class. So.
And when you're a programmer, it's funny because when you first start, you're just kind of doing menial stuff because basically all the stuff that the mid-level and senior developers don't want to do, they just hand it off to you.
Right.
And so for the first 2 years, all you're doing is probably just fixing bugs and creating simple things, and you're always wanting to like do more. Eventually you'll get to it because thing with startups, the rotation's fast. People leave and new people come in all the time. So people aren't coming in fast enough. They pretty much have you, okay, you're the next one up. Let's see how well you do. And so if you really are like a go-getter, you're going to really make it really well at a startup. And then the next company you want to go to is like a mid-level company because they'll offer you much better than a startup would. And then end goal is you can always move to a larger corporation if you want, or stay at it, go to another startup or another mid-level company. But when you experience all the different levels, you just kind of choose which one best fits you. Like right now it's awesome. Just the stuff that I do, maybe not awesome working at a big company because of all the bureaucracy involved and the rules, and it's mostly specialized stuff, so I can't branch out, or if I do, they're gonna be like, yeah, we got people who are specialized at that, you don't have to worry about it. And then like the benefits are awesome ways at these large corporations, things that you won't really have for startups that much. Startups, it's very competitive. Like when they say you have unlimited paid time off, probably not, because if you take a lot of paid time off, you're gonna be behind. Other people are going to look better. They'll go up faster in types of job description, whatever. So it's kind of a mixed bag. But also, I have a wife and 2 kids. Hi, Ariel.
Hello.
So I don't really want to be working more than 40 hours a week. Like when you're at a startup, expect to work at least 60 hours a week, if not 80 to 90 hours a week. Hi, Bryan.
Yeah, I lucked out on that one though. For my work, they try to stay around 40. So yeah.
I think that's a Colorado West Coast thing, man. If you're on the East Coast, wow, it's bad. Yeah, so like in Boston, like it's like the next kind of Seattle area, because there's a lot of good schools. They want to keep a lot of people staying in Massachusetts because there's a lot of good schools around. So they want to keep the students, and startups are pretty big. That's why they have a Microsoft office here. They have a Google office here.
I hear Des Moines is doing really well.
Des Moines, Iowa?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, apparently recently it's got boosted up to top place in the U.S. for new tech professionals.
Oh, Bryan, happy birthday!
Hey, thank you. Happy birthday! I don't remember the rest of the song.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
I'm doing very
doing
well.
well.
And you?
Well, I heard you talking about working for startups. I've been there. I worked for SwiftTech for a number of years, which was a startup water cooling company.
Yep.
I got to see firsthand exactly how crappy production can be when you're getting everything from China. It can be pretty bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like they you send them specifications for what you want in a particular part, and by the time you actually get it, it looks completely different than what you originally did. It's pretty sad.
Did you think it was a good experience or rewarding experience, or?
It was a very rewarding experience. It was a difficult job, but it was a very rewarding experience. I'd say mostly in the fact that I got to really see the nuts and bolts of how a business works and all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, basically, to make things work. And it's just it's a hell of a headache. And what was funny is, what's the best way to put this? The CEO, the guy who ran it, was a pretty hands-on guy, but at the same time, if his office door was closed, you didn't want to disturb him because it meant that he was in there basically playing video games.
Yeah, it's when I was working at Microsoft, it was funny because I was it's weird because if you're kind of done with your work, you don't really have anything to do, so people just play games, and I wasn't used to that. I was just like, all right, what's more work I should do? They're like, just relax, play some games, and I'm like, shouldn't we be working? So
The code's compiling.
yeah. So well, sometimes during lunch we'll play video games in a group in the lab with a whole bunch of people on computers and play local area network games. And one day we were like playing for like 2-3 hours. I'm like, hey, shouldn't we be working? And one guy goes, hey, have you got your work done? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, it's fine. And I go, who's that guy? Oh, he's the VP of games. He's been playing with us for like 2-3 hours. And
wow.
So if he's doing it, it's okay, right?
Sounds pretty chill.
Yeah.
As long as the big P doesn't know.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask you guys then, like, once you guys got beyond that and thinking in terms of like, I guess an ethical like workplace and stuff, like not working for some super shitty place, where would you guys advise, like, say, programmers, or like what would you want to do?
Well, like, I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything.
Yeah, I would say if you're a programmer, the best place to start would be open source, because that way you're gonna get your feet wet, and you're really gonna see what goes into development and the kinds of issues you run into in trying to put out a new piece of software. Going to an established company like for instance Microsoft, they already have all that stuff ironed out. They have people who go in and they make sure that the base code isn't going to have issues right out the gate with other programs. So going into an open source type environment, you really get, I think, a more hands-on experience with that kind of a situation. And I think that would be the best way to at least start out.
I mean, it depends on what your main goal is. For me, for a couple of years, because I wasn't making any money, I was poor, it was just about getting high base salary, and just seeing where money takes me. And but once you get to a certain point, money is like nothing. Like when I first moved here, I was making like $19.50 an hour over in Washington State, doing Microsoft contracting, and it's for like 9 months out of the year. Then I moved to Boston. I didn't have anything. I was going to a library while staying at a hostel, just so I could find a job at the Boston Public Library, and I finally got one, and the pay was something like 72 grand a year, and I was like, awesome. It was like a startup. They were doing some great things, but then they lost funding, so after like, I think it was like 6 months, they went under. I'm like, oh, great. But once you get that first initial like salary, your next job's easier. You know, next job is easy to find something that was worth $35, $40 an hour. I work a contract there. Next job, $45 to $50 an hour. After that, you know, like a salary for 85 grand. After that, you know, a salary for like 90 grand. After that, it's like 100 grand. So it just keeps going up, and there's bonuses, paid time off, etc. And so like at that point, I was still living in like a shared, like a not quite house, like apartment. You know, it's basically like a two-story house, and you share it with like roommates. So I had this room that was probably like 20 foot by 20 feet. It was really small. It was like this. It was barely the size of my kitchen that I have right now. I was able to fit in a small table, small chair, put my laptop there, and a small bed. And that was pretty much it. But the good thing about it was, like, when it was really hot, I just have a small AC unit, and it keeps me cool. But I was only paying like $400 a month. Like, typically here, if you want to get a normal sized room all to yourself in like 4-person shared house, it'd be like around $650 to $700. So having $400 a month for rent is pretty awesome in Boston, like Somerville, near the Boston area. But then, you know, what about what you're looking for? Like, sometimes money, you get paid a lot to doing a lot of dry work. Because I know some people who worked at a startup, they get paid something like crazy, like $200 an hour for the work.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but they're working on legacy code, so he would be like, he's the only one out of maybe 20 people around the U.S. that could work on it. But are they going to want to live here, move here, and do the work? Probably not, because job security is also iffy. But if he wanted to do something newer, like, you know, do Java or C# or PHP, whatever, he would be considered kind of a lower level, mid-level developer. So he would be barely making like $50 an hour for doing that stuff. And you know, compared to $200 an hour, you know, what's your choices, right? Money buys you opportunities. You can save up, and then you could decide to go on to something else later. But, you know, are you going to turn down a $200 an hour salary job where you can't really apply it to any other company, just because the company's not going to switch to a different type of language anytime soon. Anyways, I feel like I'm talking too much.
Oh no, I appreciate it. I don't know.
That never really happens with you.
Gets value from it though.
Well, I got something to say.
It's rare we get a rant from you.
I only have a few minutes.
Yep.
I know I told Ebon and I told Ariel. I twittered Paula Jean Swearingen and Lissa Lucas today, and it's very possible that I'm going to be doing some co-interviews with Stevie in a couple of weeks. So wish us luck.
Yeah.
So, and you guys, Ebon, thank you very much. You guys are awesome, and you've helped my channel along. I know it's gonna do well. I'm trying very hard to make sure that it's not about me, that it's about the information, whatever it might be. And I'm trying to really select my stories carefully in that whole thing. So other than, picking my music, but I appreciate you guys helping me out so I can, I can help, inform some people. I don't know if you guys saw my latest story. I did it this morning, and it just it broke my heart. Justine Diamond, she was someone who made a 911 call because she thought somebody was being mugged behind her house, and she got shot and killed.
Yeah, I read that.
Now it's going to be a big story because she's in the same police precinct as Philandro Castillo, and she's a white lady. So no matter what they do, it's gonna, you know, if the cop who shot her gets fired, people are going to be, you know, furious because why didn't they do that for the cop that shot the black guy? If he doesn't get fired, then everybody who's friends with her is going to be furious. So, you know, it's going to be a mess. But it breaks my heart because obviously she was a nice lady, and that kind of stuff needs to stop. But those stories have to be sad. They can't just be, you know, blurted out and forgotten. So that was the last one I did.
This is
so
really
that's
good.
me. I hope I hadn't been talking too much.
Oh no. Hey, you're gonna need to practice, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the best place to practice, buddy.
Oh yeah.
This is good practicing.
Well,
ground.
I gotta get my questions ready for Lissa and Paula Jean. I'm more encouraged by Lissa than Paula Jean because Paula Jean told me I had to go through her people, and Lissa was like, "Yeah, cool, we'll do it in a park, and you know, we'll do this." And so, you know, I'm encouraged by Lissa Lucas. She's actually running for office in the 7th District of West Virginia, and she's also an environmental activist. So, and I think Stevie actually, you know, has activated with her, or you know, done some work with her in the past. So that's going to be cool.
Yeah.
So,
I think the hardest part is when there's that quiet moment, and you're just trying to think of something to say in an interview. I think that's the toughest part. So I always have your questions
timing.
ready.
Yeah. And by the way, my timing is always off with you guys, and it always seems like I'm trying to butt in, because half the time I'm not even looking at the screen because I'm plugging the phone in. Yeah. So, you know, it makes it look like I'm socially awkward, and I'm like, you know, talking over you guys. So
it's harder being on the phone than it is on camera, just because we can't see any visual cues that you want to talk or anything.
Right. Well, thanks to you, sir. That should be changing soon. In a couple of weeks, and you know, for a couple of weeks, I'll be, you know, out of state. But you know, I'm going to try to see how that setup works before I go. But you know, I do really appreciate that too, because I don't know, just the look of my video. People are actually commenting and saying that the content is good. They just don't like, you know, the way it looks and the, you know, how the screen is and all of that. So
yeah, always have it horizontal, not vertical. You know, I think it's important because, like, right now, even if it's just independent media that rely on, there's less than 10, and 10 people trying to cover all the news that goes on in the U.S. is just almost an impossible task. We need at least like 100 different people covering all sorts of news, and you know, they don't have to be big news, but news that just needs to get out there in the public so people know about it. And
well, the awesome thing that you're doing, it's basically the same kind of thing that I'm trying to do with the organization that I'm working with politically. We're doing, you know, we're with a group called the Incorruptibles, and we're trying to build, you know, a political structure from the ground up. You're doing the same thing. Instead of having a top-down model or a personality-based news model, you're trying to grow all of these people who are trying to, you know, really look for the information and do the right thing. So, you know, it's kind of the same thing that all of these other organizations are trying to do, you know, politically, building stuff from the ground up. So, you know, I really do, I get it, and I appreciate it. And the other thing is, with media, it kind of seems like it's the same deal as with politics. Local politicians, they're really trying to do the right thing, and then when they hit that state level, that's when you start getting the ego, and that's when you start getting, you know, tempted with money, and that's when the problems start. I've seen it a few times with, you know, with media as well. Jink, you know, and other, you know, and Tim, and, you know, Rachel Maddow, and, you know, they get to a certain level, and then all of a sudden something happens, and people are like, what the hell? So, I mean, it's not, news should not be personality based. It should be information based. And, you know, if I'm going to do anything having to do with being an information facilitator, it should just be, you know, how's the information, not, you know, how do I look, that I need to shave, I need to do this, and, you know, and with my hair, and, you know, I need to put a tie on and all that nonsense. I mean, look at you right now. You got the, you know, you look better than me right now. I'm all dirty, but
I don't know about that. I've got like belly button sweat. I call it belly button sweat because it's just a little wet spot at my belly button. It's, it's something with a baby.
Oh,
when you
Lord.
When you have
Are you sure that's sweat?
Oh wow!
No.
Oh, shots fired!
Yeah, so
Shots fired!
A person like me, personality, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Asian guy with gunner glasses. I don't think I'm going to be that charismatic.
Oh, guys.
That's why I couldn't be a politician. I would just eat up all the money and I'd forget
look
about
at it this
everybody.
way: your competition is Sam Cedar and David Pacman. I mean, you don't have to try really hard to have more charisma.
No.
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
You know,
So,
I gotta say,
look at it this
about
way.
Sam Cedar, I know you guys bust on Sam Cedar all the time, but every once in a while, he had a decent story. There was a story that I actually...
Well, yeah, but if I...
the chick with Monsanto that ripped apart that politician, or, you know, every once in a while he has a gem.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but at that
point...
point... Yeah, but at that point, I just listened to Benjamin Dixon and his crew, because that I can at least get consistent reporting that even if I don't always agree with the analysis, I don't always agree with his conclusions, I always know is coming from a place of integrity and some degree of maturity.
Well, how do you know that? As long as the information is good.
Right, to be fair.
You know,
yeah.
Yeah.
And the other part is that what I see is more often than not, like the only thing I would say against Dixon that I would personally say was his spat with Goodman and the bad election result guess, thinking Hillary Clinton would win. But then again, everybody who wasn't really hard hooked into independent news thought that Hillary Clinton was going to.
Well, predictions mean nothing.
I can't
I
hold
think
that.
it's going to rain tomorrow. I mean, it doesn't. You know, it doesn't matter. Predictions don't matter. It really doesn't. Unless you're trying to sway people to vote a certain way by pushing a predictive narrative.
Yeah.
Okay, that he wasn't.
Careful of that.
That's what it was.
Because we don't as independents. There's a lot of people that do that. Jason, George, the dynamic dumb duo out there that are trying to push. But anyway,
Will and Goodman.
But yeah, those two guys. So I messaged Ebon this earlier about something he had with somebody going on in the independent news media. It's something my grandfather taught me, and it's very simple, but there's always three sides. Don't finish this. Let me finish it. There's three sides to every story. There's that side, the other side, and the perception of the truth. Because you weren't there. So you have to take the story from one or the other, and you have to formulate what you believe, is as much truth as you can muster in your head. So that's what you're kind of gonna. I think that's what you're gonna go after, right?
Yeah.
All right, Ariel, you had your hand up. David after Ariel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw this out to you guys. it's sort of personal, but I think this is a good place for it. I have a really dear old friend in Portland, Oregon named Ian, and he used to come to all of my concerts that I would do out there, and he's just a really wonderful person. He's helped me through a lot of things. He's helped me when I've been suicidal and extremely depressed. And just this last couple days, his apartment was broken into, and they stole all of his rent money. He's on partial disability because he had a really awful head injury when he was younger. And so he's got like, you know, massive stitches and stuff all up in the back of his head. So he has a little bit of brain damage, but he was working and he lost his job on top of all this. So they got about $700 cash. I think he's been able to raise a little bit from family and friends, but he does have a GoFundMe that a friend of his started. That's they're trying to raise like $300, and I'm gonna put probably at least 50 in there, and I can send the link to you if any of you feel like throwing a couple bucks his way, because he's a really decent.
What's the GoFundMe name? I'll post it in the description box.
Let's see. It's facing eviction after robbery because he's close to getting kicked out of his place. And he doesn't pay a lot, you know, for his rent, thankfully. I mean, even though he's right downtown Portland because he is on partial disability. But he's just a really sweet, wonderful person. He's always been so supportive of me, and I just hate that this is happening to him so much.
Well, you came to the right place, I think.
Well, okay. Here's the thing.
And he's a dragon. He's another Chinese dragon.
I'm glad you mentioned this because I was about to do a story about somebody, and mention their GoFundMe as well. There was a gentleman who delivered mail in North Babylon, Long Island, and he was delivering and was hit by a texting driver and took his leg off.
Oh, shit.
So they set up a GoFundMe page, but they stopped it because they couldn't give it directly to him. They had to, redo it and give it to his family because he's already going to be collecting disability.
Yeah.
So, I was going to mention that anyway in a story in a few days, 2 or 3 days. Anyway, so I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
And I was going to do something about, GoFundMe and how it can be used. So now here's the issue. Here's the issue though. Is he collecting unemployment? Because if he's collecting unemployment, it might be an issue.
I'll find out. I can actually ask him because I don't know the terms under which he was either let go or if he had to quit. He was working in a Fred Meyer, which is like the equivalent of Kroger on the East Coast.
Okay.
He was working full time. I mean, he's kind of amazing to me how tough he is considering, he's just one of those.
I just want to make sure. Yeah, I just want to make sure that he doesn't get burned like this guy almost did.
Gotcha.
Because if he's collecting any kind of government money and they see that GoFundMe, they're gonna take it.
Gotcha.
So, but the last thing I'm going to say, because I have to go. My thing is, everybody will occasionally have disagreements with other people. Disagreements that we have with other people who are trying to do YouTube videos or whatever. That isn't really news. That's kind of self-generated news, in all honesty. So, I try not to do that if I can possibly. If I could help it, I did do one, but to try to, but I don't know. Some of these guys just seem like they thrive on fighting each other. I don't get it. Cenk does it, Penn to some degree does it. It's like, what are we getting out of this? Why are we? I'm not going to build myself up, through that. I think it's silly. I want us to build through giving valid information and valid stories and help people. through things like this, through things like GoFundMe, stories. So, but Ariel, just get that information for me. I won't post anything until I find out. I don't want him to get hurt.
Yeah.
Sure.
There's one guy, YouTuber, Bob Hansley, he had his eye thing, so that was one thing I donated. There's someone who's in Somerville. We kind of had like a thing, like a D&D thing. He had trouble paying rent,
cool.
so did that. Then he had another issue, tried to do it again, but it wasn't through GoFundMe. I think when you have problems, it's always good to be very public about how much money is raised.
Right.
And sometimes it's just more than the money. There's other things that need to be done to help.
Right.
I would see him, because I would see him, off and on, and then like from Facebook, and he'd be at some things that I would say cost money, and for me, when I'm in need of money, I'm batting down the hatches. I'm like eating peanut butter and bread and
I'm the same way, Ebon.
Ramen and
I can live so cheap. It's kind of crazy.
Just staying home watching TV and like playing games and just not even like looking outside the window. You're just depressed anyway, so you're just kind of hunkered in. So
it's the best life, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's like you kind of don't want to say anything because you figured, okay, things are better now, but then when you see it again, you're just like, you don't kind of want to give again because it's like, but you don't want to say anything to them either. It's one of those tough spots when you're close to someone that needs something.
I just eat top ramen anyway.
Oh yeah, so do I. It's bad, but yeah.
What I do is it's set. You guys, I eat pretty good around you guys. I feel guilty. I appreciate that for giving me that guilt. Hey, Fly.
Hello there.
Welcome. Lost on Map, everybody. Lost on Map, and that's good. But I save money so that the Fly. I save money so I eat crappy so I can get better food for my kids. So I can take them to do things and do things for them, and it shouldn't have to be that way, but but if they don't finish something, I'll just eat the rest of it.
You put asparagus on top of it. So, oh, look at that. Where'd he go?
Oh, that's a good one, Evan. Then I made this triggered.
All right, guys, I gotta go boogie. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, congratulations, buddy. Good job. Keep it going.
Yeah, thanks.
We'll be there.
Thanks, man. I'll probably see you guys later.
Yeah,
right.
Keep us up to date with everything that's going on.
Yeah, stop by. Don't be a stranger when you become super popular.
They always say they won't.
I know. Oh, I thought I'd just stop by and say hi, guys. Click, and then he's gone. Yeah. So Stephen Grumbine, let me back up a little bit. So Jamal was on earlier, and I don't know if you guys caught some of what he was talking about, trying to get some cohesiveness in some way off of some platform with some law in regards to the right and the left, at least maybe coming together on single payer or a Green New Deal or something. And in my head, I was thinking, what are the priorities? What I think he kind of missed in what he was saying, everything was perfect. Jamal's brilliant. But I think the word that I don't think he said that I thought should be said is everybody has their own set of priorities. And when it comes to a political platform, of course they have their set of priorities. But but individually, what's more important for you? I know Ariel is healthcare. I'm with her on healthcare. I think that's huge. And then I'm also, right here with getting rid of Citizens United, but he was talking about, is there something we can all come together on? And I thought that would be something for discussion. I mean, what do you guys think? What do you think is?
I think on maybe one issue, on single issues, alliances can be useful. But if you're talking about long-term collective alliances with groups, it really is contentious at best, because then you start dealing with political history. Because let's not forget that some of these alliances that we are suggesting have been attempted before, and they have been met with varying degrees of success. So it's not as simple as just saying that, oh, why don't we just work together? Well, there may be a bit of a history there that we're not privy, that we may not always be completely privy to. And that's why you get a division, like obvious divisions between liberals and fascists, but you also get it between people who would be ordinarily seem like they'd be on the same team, like communists and anarchists.
But then Stephen Grumbank said, and he's promoting this MMT or just explaining it, but he said there's a common denominator for a lot of people that vote, the voting republic, and it's that this is his quote. We all love our kids. So
yeah, but that's
but not everybody has kids, and even if they do, some don't really give a shit about them anyway. But I'm just saying, but I mean that really doesn't define what their priority is. I don't think sometimes, totally. Can we let I know Ariel, I know Lost wants to speak because I don't think he spoke yet.
Yeah, let him go first.
Yeah, I was just going to say really quickly, Citizens United is to get money out of politics, right?
Yes, sir.
So I feel like that would be a good starting place, just because once you can get some of those roots out and the political structure, you can start making some leeway in these other areas, and as far as like healthcare and all these other important areas. So I feel like that would be a good place where a lot of people would be for it, and then it would be a good catalyst to get change going.
I agree with you, and I've said before that a lot of these issues people think as being separate, but they're really intertwined.
Right.
Oh, okay.
One leads to the other. And the other thing I was going to say is just, to the point of healthcare, I don't think there's a single person here that wouldn't agree with getting single payer.
Yeah.
So, I think we're all pretty much in agreement on a lot of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as far as the priority of it, I mean, what do you think if somebody were to say to the voting republic of the United States, list your priorities?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I would have a list, but what would be at the top? You see?
Right. Yeah.
So I have to ask. I mean, so Elias, what would be at the top of your list?
Well, are you talking in terms of my ideal or what I think is feasible?
Well, I mean, what you believe would be the most important thing, because that's okay in regard to.
All right, long term.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So long term, what my vision is for society is to have a society where we can dismantle unnecessary hierarchical structures. I want to dismantle the worker-boss relationship and return the power of the economy over to the people. I want to live in a society where we do not live. Okay, let me phrase it like this. I want to live in a society where my status as a minority will not infringe upon me being able to enjoy my day-to-day life without harassment or unnecessary stereotypes. I want to be able to live in a world where women are going to be guaranteed to be given the same paid for the same value of their labor as I would be. And I want to live in a society that if I get sick, I do not have to worry about going bankrupt because, heaven forbid, somebody thought that that privatizing my healthcare and forcing me to pay for the basic necessities of survival was a good idea. That's the society I want to live in. And if it's, regardless of whether or not dismantling the state along the way is necessary for that to occur, is whatever to me, ultimately.
Yeah.
If
Pick one.
you want me to pick one. Okay. For the moment, I think healthcare seems to have the most ability to gain traction, so I'll focus on that.
Okay, I like that. Fly, you want to chime in? Just one, but you can explain why. Did you get part of the question? I think it's a great. Jamal brought up the question.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What was that?
What? You want me to repeat the question?
Sure, repeat the question.
Sorry. So Jamal was talking today earlier in a pretty long segment about the right and the left coming together on one issue. What would that issue be? Pick one. And then Steve Brownbine said, we all care about our children. We should at least care about them and their future, Green New Deal. So they're picking either like Jamal was picking single payer, I believe, and the Green New Deal is what Brownbine was picking. And I am saying I'm going to go with Citizens United and get money out of politics. That's the first thing.
Well, in my opinion, the decision's already been made. Everybody's been making the same decision. Corruption. Everybody's anti-corruption.
Yep.
Oh.
Those are that's the root. That's the root, because without that, everything starts to fall into place. Because if I was going to pick my two biggest things, it's environment first, because without that, we're not going to argue about anything else. And health, because that encompasses a myriad of issues from, birth to death. I mean, everything in between. But you're right. I mean, ALS, Lost and Map, y'all, I mean, everyone's saying that. And that is the absolute truth, that if you can't get the greasy, grimy grip of these corrupt bastards' hands off of that dirty money, yeah, James has got a good Frankenstein going on there.
100%.
It won't change. That's really so true. You guys really, that's it. You already nailed it.
All right, Snark.
Hey, Snark.
It's sad when there's such a problem identifying which one you'd go for first.
Sorry.
No. I mean, just the fact that we need all of these things so badly that it is hard to pick between one. I kind of agree with the Citizens United, but if I think of what's feasible, I would say it's healthcare.
Yeah.
That's a simpler pitch.
It's got a lot of support from all sides.
Yeah.
It affects
all right, Forsaken.
everyone.
Eric's next.
I'm next.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tough because what Snork said is what I was thinking earlier today about how pretty much everything is under fire at the same time right now. And, I mean, I think Social Security is a big one because everybody's put into Social Security. And I think that's one thing a lot of people can unite on. But again, single payer is probably the one that is getting the most focus. So maybe it is the easiest thing to go for.
Is it feasible? Eric, what do you think? Number one thing.
Number one thing? Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, there are many issues, but I know to choose one. Like in the future, maybe like universal basic income for everyone. That would be a good one. I'm in favor for that. I'm
not forgetting about you, Evan. I just wanted you to have the last say because it's going to be a good one. Kevin, are you there? Over. Do you copy? Over. Kevin, do you copy? Over. All right. All right.
You want me to?
Are you listening to the question?
You're
Jamal?
muted, Kevin. I unmuted you.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm here. Give me the question again. I heard all your guys' answers, but give me the specific question.
So if you were to try to push something that would make the most difference and possibly being passed, that would try to bring both parties together, or at least get a majority of people to come out for it, which I think the numbers are already there. But what would be your prioritized?
Do I have to bring both parties together? Can I do something to blow them up?
No, you don't. No, you don't. No.
Okay. It's like that. That's kind of you're really sticking me up shit creek if you're trying to say I got to choose one that brings the parties together.
Jamal had a show earlier.
Common grounds are very important these days.
Go ahead.
What?
Common grounds are very important these days.
Well, the easiest common ground thing, absolutely everybody can agree on, is they need more fucking money. You know. The basic level, I mean, when you got half the country's poor, you got a fucking problem, you know. So I'm for like that job guarantee, because I mean, like he said, there's problems with the UBI. There seriously is. If you were to just throw out as much UBI as you can, then we all have this paper and we're all fighting over the same resources. You know what I mean? So it's just, we're going to have inflation out the ass. But if you do the job guarantee, you're employing people, paying them, and producing more resources, which can compensate and allow you to do a UBI without it just going crazy inflation.
Yeah.
Plus, while doing that, that also affords people the ability, they have more money in their pocket, they got more purchasing power, that allows them to organize, get together, group up. It gives them power.
Control the means. Sorry.
Well, I mean, that matters. That gives them economic power. And, if you were to triple the amount of power everybody has economically like that, and then everybody has a job, it'd make a gigantic difference. I mean, like I talked about yesterday with the how in the 50s and 60s, after everybody was employed and all the goods were getting made and all these changes were happening rapidly, well, that's when they were like, oh shit, we have an excess of democracy. And then that's when they started killing off fiscal policy, fucking us with monetary and just dead economy slave wages, and drive everybody down into dirt.
I like it. Jobs for everybody. That starts.
Jobs that pay enough to live off of comfortably.
All right,
that's the goal. Because if I can give you a job right now if you want to work for nothing.
Yeah. All right, Kevin, while you're here, Ariel found an issue with you. I just want to make sure that you're not really hostile or hating on her.
I could care less. I was just telling her she's buying snake oil.
Yeah, but now we got to have a conversation about that, because there's a lot about science, pseudoscience, and things that I'd like to talk about as well.
I'm just telling somebody that's getting ripped off. That's it. If you can go ahead and buy them, I don't care. I'll shut up. I'll never say another word about it.
But that's not really a conversation, because, like, for me, it's all right, open-minded but skeptical, right? Like, what are your thoughts on acupuncture? Have you ever done acupuncture?
No.
Do you think it works?
Not. There is evidence for it. There's at least evidence for it. Okay. More so than the foot pads. Well, there is at least something there.
That stuff is actually tied into acupuncture, acupressure, moxibustion, cupping, all sorts of Asian medicine practices that have been around for thousands of years. I've tried all these different things over the past 20 years. Some of them are more effective than others. For me, if something doesn't work, I don't continue with it. Simple as that. But these things are much less expensive. I mean, you tell me I'm getting ripped off, but these things are way, way less expensive than any of the traditional modern medicine that honestly has made me more sick than a lot of the natural stuff. And I don't know if you believe in naturopathy, but the fact of the matter is, when I took my stage 4 colon cancer father...
I believe in research, information, and actual intelligence, and actually proving it,
here's the thing, Kevin.
I don't want to guess. I want verifiable. I don't want bullshit. I want 100% proof.
Well, Well, Kevin, I mean, at the end of the day, what you're asking for is a standard that not even modern medicine.
The hell you can't. You can take a medicine. I can tell you if aspirin's gonna help get rid of your headache or not. All right.
I can tell you
take morphine, you ain't gonna feel a fucking thing. All right. I can tell you if you take Vicodin, you might get an addiction and you're not gonna feel shit.
All right, Kevin. Let's let's go.
Kevin, listen. There is a certain methodology to science. I think you're not understanding here. Here in science, we do not believe in absolute proofs. We do not have proofs. What we do have is a certain degree of It's the
I don't believe in things getting sold as a product with no evidence, research, or anything backing them.
If you don't want to do that, that's fine. And you know what? More power to you to do so. But understand that just because science has not proven something does not necessarily mean that it is utterly impossible. It's just that we have not found
No shit, I'm not a retard. I realize the amount of knowledge we have is insignificant to what we don't know.
Yeah.
And if you want to apply that, so here's what I'm trying to say is
I'm operating within the realm of reality that I have, under the information that I have, under what's attainable, and I can verify. And anything else will work from there. But unless I see research and evidence on it, I ain't gonna call it anything. And especially if I see it being sold as a product. When there is no evidence or research for it, and it's just more of a cultural thing than anything, and somebody decided I can make a crap ton of money off of this and call it homeopathic. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes there are literal homeopathic things.
All right, Kevin.
But they have evidence behind them.
All right, how about this? All right, so original scientific research about asbestos, that it wasn't causing issues, especially with long-term effects. And the way that they originally had it, before this guy named Professor Pito or something like that did his own research on it, saying that the original research had some faults. And one of them was, one of the ways that they were diagnosing potential problems with asbestos illnesses is that they were listening to these clicks from the lungs. And he realized, that wasn't an actual symptom of actually having like asbestos, like results from bad results from being exposed to asbestos. So, additional research helped find out that, asbestos was bad, and an original research was saying, no, it's not that bad. And you find this all around science, that eventually new research uncovers something about the original research that wasn't quite done, or wasn't quite exact. I do a lot of animal behavior, psychology types of things. There are some researchers that do stuff on okay, there's this type of cat, and they're trying to figure out how it escapes. So the motivation was food, and so the natural theory of their tests was, hey, the inclination for food motivation was more than anything else, except when another team did this exact same test but removed the food motivation, the cat still escaped about the same amount of times as when there was food motivation. So, certain types of research, scientific studies as well, ends up being a lot better, retested with different types of controls and whatnot. And also,
but in this case, it's chemical reactions. That's what you're specifically doing, and that's we have a pretty good knowledge base of chemical reactions.
No, not really, because give me all the ideas of whether overall wine is good for you, if it's healthy for you or not, or coffee is good and healthy for you or not. There's going to be varying scientific studies that return saying, hey, it's beneficial if you take it this way, but not this much. And then what happens if you take too much wine or alcohol as opposed to, just small amounts, and some of the not very
everything's poisonous. You can drink water and die from it if you drink too much too fast.
Yeah, and there are studies. It's just, I think when you get to it, you just kind of ignore the studies because you're already based on that idea that it's bunk. And that's the thing is, like, for me, I'm skeptical, right? But I'll look into the studies. I'll find.
Okay, let's take one of those pads. Let's cut it open and let's do a chemical analysis on it.
Actually,
all right, we'll cut open one beforehand, do a chemical analysis, figure exactly what's in it, and then we'll slap it on Ariel's feet, and we'll do another one after, cut it open, do another chemical analysis, and figure if it pulled anything out of her, and we can definitively discern it.
All right, go ahead, Snork.
Those tests are already available. Most of them show that it's not even material being pulled from the body. And also, most of them pose more of a health danger, especially anybody that has diabetes or any impairment in the hemopoietic system, which is basically the blood and lymph. Any kind of edema, you're risking your life if you use them.
I want to just make a comment that the site that I actually purchased, that's the only site that I purchased my detox products from, is the Global Healing Center. They are run by a medical doctor. And actually, I just looked at their site, and they have a nice long article about, are all detox foot pads a scam? And he actually talks about how there are a variety that are really not good to use, and there's plenty of evidence to back that. But I'd also like you to read that and just see their counter to their products that they're selling that use infrared technology and all sorts of good things.
What's the doctor's name?
Dr. Krupp. Like a group, G-R-O-U-P. But he's a naturopathic doctor. And yeah, he actually talks about he's been receiving many concerned emails, phone calls, receiving effectiveness of detox foot pads. Some reports are stating that all detox foot pads are a scam. I feel it is my duty to share with everyone my thoughts on this. Why should I check each product? These recent reports focus on one of many detox foot pads on the market called Kanoki Detox Foot Pads. As with many nutritional products and healthcare devices, there are good products and generic or bad copies of good products. Take, for example, green tea, vitamin A, and even calcium supplements. He goes into the fact that most green tea comes from China or India and may be contaminated with toxic pesticides, insecticides, arsenic, and other toxins. Many supplements are made using synthetic vitamins and are actually very toxic to the body. And let's not forget about all the calcium products on the market containing calcium carbonate, which is nothing more than chalk, which may actually cause a calcium deficiency in the body. The same is true for detox foot pads. Before believing everything we hear, we simply can't afford to generalize from the one to the whole when it comes to our health. Careful evaluation and research should be performed on each individual product. Anyway, it's a long article. I mean, it's a very well-known site. I got in touch with this site through an actual medical doctor who's not even, a practicing naturopath. My dad actually, and it's funny, Kevin made a snide comment about, does she buy into ear candles too? Well, here's the funny thing. I have never done the ear candles. I don't have waxy ears. But I will tell you something funny. My dad, who is a very no-nonsense, meat and potatoes, southern good old boy, tried that. He has extremely waxy ears, very built up. He's gone to many doctors. He's done all kinds of things to try to relieve that. And he actually, I remember for a little while he was going to someone that did the professional ear candling, and it actually helped him quite a bit. And my dad is just not somebody that's going to tell you something worked if it didn't for him. He's in his 70s now. He knows his body really well. So it didn't work for me, but I didn't really need it. It worked for him. He might still be doing it if the woman hadn't moved out of state. So anyway, I'm just saying, one thing may work for another that doesn't work for someone else. I don't really get a lot out of homeopathic medicine personally, but I know people who swear by it. I'm not going to tell them that they're idiots or buying snake oil because it helps them. I think, and it's that way for Western medicine too. There's plenty of great quote unquote proven medicines that don't work for everyone. Some people.
Mucinex. I have asthma, and Mucinex has zero effect on my ability to get over my symptoms whenever I've had
but it doesn't help everyone.
So Ariel, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you try it, if it works, good. If it doesn't, that's good. But one thing that I would want you to do is when you look at the article, just look at it, any news article right after this, Snark, and there isn't any links to any research or references to any of the claims he's making. It's the same type of thing that I would look for in any news article. Look for the source, and look for any research. If there's any scientific claims to anything. That's all I would say about that, Ariel. I'm not going to debunk it because I don't know enough to debunk it.
I've tried to be very open. Acupuncture. There have been studies on acupuncture where they have found actual effects of the spinning of the needles when it's going into the skin near a nerve. So there is some scientific basis, and there are scientific basis for some acupuncture. They know a nerve isn't affected, and they know that some people have relief. That's as far as I know that anything has gone into it. However, I do really want to distance myself from anything that seems like a scam. And this doctor group isn't even a real doctor. He's got a bunch of alphabet soup behind his name. Basically, that just, to me, seems like he's even trying to scam people more when I see that. If any of his degrees were what I would consider viable for understanding what's going on in the body, I would support it. I'm sorry, but the foot pad stuff really hurts me because I know that it is endangering people's lives.
Then why would my own doctor refer me to that site? And I would also say that why is it that since I've been taking the thyroid support system...
Is your doctor a real doctor?
Yes. He works at the Piedmont Clinic.
Piedmont Clinic, I mean, an MD. Is he someone with a real medical degree? Or homeopathy in its origin was that you would add material to water and then you would take all of it out by diluting to the point where you can't discern that it's there. And to me, that basis alone really destroyed my wanting to buy anything that says homeopathic at any kind of grocery store or whatever.
Well, like I said,
I try to be quiet here, but if I feel it's dangerous, I think I kind of have to speak up.
I used to have such bad fatigue that I couldn't get out of bed before I started taking some of the stuff from that site. That's the truth.
Sometimes
the thyroid support stuff, the selenium, the iodine, the B12.
Some of that might help, and it might not. But again,
well, it has for me. I'm not telling anyone they have to be
not anybody
with any of that
background.
I'm not trying to hit anyone over the head. I just don't like to see obnoxious comments made to me when I really care about you guys.
We care about you too, Ariel. I think Snork, from his experience, wants to make sure that you're, I mean, placebo is also a big deal. Like
I'm 40 years old. I'm not 13.
Yeah.
Please, don't talk to me like I'm a child.
Yeah.
I've been living in my body my whole life. I think I know it better than you or any doctor in some ways.
Yeah, but see,
I'm gonna take off. I'm getting emotional.
Please, Ariel, we're it's just a conversation that we always talk about stuff. We don't mean anything negative.
Good job, folks.
Sorry.
See, that's why I said we shouldn't even talk about it. I should have just,
This is very important to her. I really think that in a forum like this was probably a good idea, but at the point, a lot of us aren't. We're more scientists than theologists. But like I just told her, I've told her many times, it's hard for me to say no to some of those things because I believe a lot of the stuff that my ancient ancestors used to do, which to most people, like the shaman of ancient times, which are more like Buddha of the 21st century, have done things for a long time, and it still works. There's a lot of medicines that don't work over or under the counter, but stuff I have to get for my brother for his gout from Taiwan. And a lot of medicines, there's so much information out there. There's a lot. If it's helping you, that's cool. And I think that was it. I think with her it was just it's very important. It's helped her. It's been something that's helped her. And I mean, I've gotten help from all kinds of shit. But the thing is we're not gonna be perfect. Kevin, you're not in trouble.
Oh, some of those homeopathic things actually have a basis in reality, and some of them I'd say, go ahead.
Nobody's in trouble. Nobody's in trouble. It's just very close to her, and that's okay. She'll get over it.
An extra boneless pizza.
Yeah, we're okay.
If you're speaking on a telephone, always speak loud.
Who's on the telephone?
I said, can I get an extra boneless pizza?
Oh my God, Matthew!
Is that Pizza Man?
No, it's Matthew. Hey, come get it. What? How have you been?
Hey, buddy.
I've been great. I've actually been wonderful. I've gotten cheesy bites. It tastes good.
Oh, I remember him now.
Yeah. Yeah,
I recognize his voice.
Yes, I have a very unique voice to me. I have a very unique scream, too. Don't ask me. I've been murdered several times. Just other lifetimes.
Oh, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. I am way more tired than I thought.
Can I sing you guys a pretty little song I wrote, including Tim?
Yes.
I can?
Oh, boy.
It's anything goes, right, Kent? Right, Eben?
It's something goes.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, are you ready?
There better be some cursing in there.
There better what?
Be a little cussing and swearing.
Okay. Well, are you sure?
Don't force it. Don't force it if you don't need to, though.
I won't. Okay, I'm gonna sing you guys an old folk song. I think this is gonna be a very familiar song, Are you guys ready?
Oh boy, I don't know if my body's ready.
I'm an Alabama nigger and I want to be free. Hell at the end of Lacy Peace. I don't drink. I'm sorry, that's wrong. Let me change the soundtrack really quick.
That's your song?
No, I changed the soundtrack to the wrong one. Are you guys ready?
Oh boy.
Boneless. 206 bones. Boneless. M. Boneless. 206 bones. Matt. Boneless.
Who is this? Does anybody know who this is?
No idea.
All right. If he gets racist, we just don't do here, buddy. We just don't do racist. I don't. It's up to whoever's watching the show, but I don't think it's appropriate. We're a little too sophisticated for that.
And also,
anything goes with the Bon Kim.
Not cool, bro. Not cool.
Anything goes with the Bon Kim.
Anything goes. But there is a wall, and you hit it at 100 miles per hour without brakes, and arguably with filling your car with jet fuel and nitrous.
Okay, so hold on. Hey, 479. Can you hear me? Do you copy? Over.
Do I copy?
Yes.
I don't know. Do I print?
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
What word?
What is your objective? Yeah, see? He's done it. I think either Kim just took him off or he left himself.
How about we go back to the question you were posing before, James? Do you want to ask
I really thought that when we get personal, I don't think it's a good idea. I'm only going to say this now. When we start butting heads in here, I don't think it's a good idea. If you guys got a problem with me, I am so touchable. I'm so here. You can come to me. You can fondle me. Whatever you want to do.
Whoa, hold on there for a second.
Okay, wait. Not you guys.
I like you, man.
Other people that are on here, but you know what I'm saying. What I'm saying is but I think if it starts to get personal, maybe we shouldn't even expose that on here because I think that's not safe. Anyway, so the question was before is Jamal was on earlier and he was bringing up a lot of issues, a lot of the platforms, a lot of things that are coming up, single payer, taxes, a brand new, a Green New Deal, and then he was bringing up what would bring or unite, what issue would better unite the people, the voting republic, and he thought it was, I think, single payer, and then Stephen Grambine from Real Progressive said it would be, people just care about their kids. Everybody cares about their kids. So, and he thinks that the Green New Deal would be more important. And I think for me, it's got to be Citizens United, something that's been brought up, something that's been put on the table, something that needs to go out there to start taking the money away from politics to stop the corruption. But there's other things out there that I'm sure people hold as a priority. I mean, what do you believe is the priority? Who hasn't Forsaken? Did you go yet?
On what? No. I was distracted here.
Is anybody paying attention?
I think Forsaken did answer.
I was until about a minute ago.
Sorry, James.
It's all right.
I was writing down the troll's phone number for future reference. So.
Oh, that's a good idea. We should keep those numbers. That's a good idea.
I think it's in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the chat too. It's gonna be.
Oh yeah, and this is recorded, so his number is here for perpetuity.
Kelly.
Oh, there you go.
Also, for the record, people, I know you guys. Most of you guys are decent, honorable people who would never do this thing. But please, don't dox this asshole. He's not worth it. One, he's not worth it, and two, it's a shitty thing to do.
I didn't really know what he was doing because I couldn't really hear what he was doing. I got a fan going on up here. That's my problem. But anyway, once I figured it out, I was a little late on that one. Sorry.
No, that wasn't your fault. So that happened.
Okay. I would like to say something, and I'm coming on because even though so I wasn't feeling good, and because of our insurance change, I couldn't get my zomatriptan, which is a vasoconstrictor for my headache, when we came back out of the elevation, because it was going to cost me like $900. So they have to get it straight. And anyway, I've been kind of in bed all day, and I look like I have Vaseline in my hair. But that's not the point. I'm coming on to say something about whatever just happened. I didn't even catch all of it, but I know there was an issue with Kevin, and Ariel's upset. I haven't talked to her, but this kind of crap has to stop. Like, there's so many bigger problems going on in the world. And I want to say something about the thing that happened between them. I understand Kevin's point of view, and I didn't hear all of it, but if Snork's like, we were talking, I'm a skeptic. I believe in science. Like, if he was giving her crap about the foot pads or whatever. But at the same time, there's a lot of that stuff that does work. And maybe some of it is placebo. I don't know, because we're all so fucking stressed out all the time that if acupuncture works for you, then fuck it, it works for you. And I just don't think being that way is very nice. And Kevin, I'm sorry if this ticks you off, but I think, all of us were really patient. It wasn't your fault. It was your mic. But you were kind of aggravated with us, it seemed like, or just not aggravated with us, but venting your irritation with your mic, and I get it. I'm like terrible with tech. But we couldn't hear you, and I noticed a couple of times, I think Ariel literally didn't hear you because you were so faint, and maybe you thought she was talking over you, but I really don't think she was. So this is just like layers of bullshit.
Wait,
and
what?
I'm sorry, but after all what I've just been through, I don't want to see any more of it. And I think it's not cool to say stuff to Ariel like that. I mean, she brings so much like joy to this group.
Okay, stop. Hold on. I'm going to say it right now. Listen, we can't be personal. You're being personal. Kelly, whether you think so or not, you're trying to tell Kevin how to act around Ariel. I'm not trying to tell anybody how to act.
I'm just saying, if you don't like what she's saying about it, it was just a little bit, I don't know, the whole thing with his sound, and then, giving Lucas a really hard time about it. It was kind of funny, but it just felt like, and who was the new guy that was coming on from Minnesota or somewhere? The one that worked with, I don't know, they were talking about smoking pot. And I don't know if Kevin can't tell because he was interrupting him a lot.
David?
I don't know. Or whatever.
The guy's name was Sully something?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I was supposed to be kind of moderating or helping, and Kevin was interrupting him a lot. So can we all just be decent? And I'm not being personal. I'm just trying to say let's have a bit of etiquette. Like, if you don't believe some of what Ariel's saying and like alternative health medicine stuff, that's fine. But let's not belittle each other.
To be honest, like people know. I mean, I've had my hot flash moments on this program, and most of you at this point have seen me when I really ticked off about something. And I get passionate, I get frustrated, and when it comes to topics regarding like white nationalism, when it comes to topics regarding misogyny and sexism online, when it deals with online harassment, I get very passionate about these things because I've seen the real life consequences of these things unfold through my exposure to incidents like Gamergate, and so I'm very sensitive about those particular topics, and they do cause me a lot of frustration. And so when I'm confronted with people like Hard Bastard, posting narratives in favor of that, it puts me on a hot flash from the get-go. I get that. At the same time, however, within this, I also recognize that none of you people are largely in support of what happened in those particular instances. By and large, I respect you guys enough to believe that you wouldn't, one, associate yourselves with that kind of nonsense, and two, that if you did, that you could provide some menial justification for what took you down that road to begin with. Whether or not you agree with a position somebody has is not sacrosanct to whether or not that person should be readily derided and discarded. You guys have probably had your disagreements with me on a number of occasions, but nonetheless, you still offer me the position and a place to speak. I think the least that I can do, even with somebody as poor with social skills as I am, is to offer that same courtesy and respect to the other people in this chat.
No, I think that's what's been so great about it. Everybody is typically just very nice. I mean, we all aren't going to think the same way, but let's just not be nasty to each other. We can, I mean, like I said a stupid thing about all baby boomers, which, it's my opinion of baby boomers that were in power, but Bram was right to call me out on it. And I've talked to him and I've talked to Joanne about that too. So, I mean, we can disagree, but it just doesn't have to get like that. So I'm going to go because I am upset. So of all the other stuff that's been happening, and I don't want to see this forum that is a really good place for people to talk, to get messed up with poisoned with a bunch of crap, whether it's trolls or any of us getting, upset about something the other one did. Like, I really think the whole thing with Kevin, it started with his the sound. It was just a stupid thing, and I could hear it. I was watching, and I think he thought, Ariel was talking over him, but I don't think she could hear him. So it's just little things like that, and we get offended, and then it just builds. And so let's just not do that. So I'll come back tomorrow when I'm showered and more together. So.
All right.
Get that Vaseline out of your head.
Yeah, I know, it's pretty bad. Good night.
Take care, Kelly.
Night, Kelly.
Or whatever that is.
Thank you.
Okay. So all I'm saying is that if we've got grievances, we should try to do it off the screen.
Yeah.
Idea.
I think that's a reasonable. I think that's a reasonable request.
Here's the thing. We talk about anything, and we try not to be jerks. At least a lot of us. But we have to give our honest perspective about something. I don't know anything about the footpads. All I could read is the article, and what I look for in an article is sources, links, scientific research, anything like that. So that's the only perspective I could give. Snork gives his insight from what he knows from his experiences, and he would say that I don't think it was it may have came out rough, but I didn't think it was condescending. But Kevin, when he says it's snake oil right off the bat, I think that's maybe pushing the envelope again. Some people, like for me, if he said something that I believe in hypnosis because I've hypnotized people, if you call that voodoo, I wouldn't mind it, but I'm not Ariel. So, you kind of have to keep in perspective what you say. Some people are more sensitive.
Yeah. And to add to that point, if I have any advice I could give, it's that to live by this rule of thumb. Try not to be a dick to the other human beings that you encounter in your day-to-day existence. It reflects poorly on you, and it reflects poorly on your upbringing. And to be honest, it doesn't really do anybody any good for you to be a jackass to other people simply because they either A, hold a different opinion than you, that doesn't necessitate a deleterious position for yourself, and C, wait, I'm losing track of my points here. My broader point is just don't be a dick. That's the big goal. Try not to be a dick, and to the best of your ability,
right.
just try to do your best to do right by your fellow human beings. That's the most anybody could ask.
Of course. But okay, this one's on Ebon, and the reason why I say this because maybe I've been bringing something that's very dear to her. This something so personal. And something that happened with him. Once I heard you bring that up, I knew cat and fodder was going to go off, and I knew it was going to get bad. I just fucking knew it.
Yeah.
So my point is,
that's why I tried to avoid the topic.
Yeah, he did. He actually said, "You know what? You do your thing. That's whatever." And then you still wanted to have a discussion, Ebon. So I'm just saying, if I'm going to be real, I'm going to be awfully real. And I'm thinking, if you guys can say anything you want to me. I mean, I've been beat up and pushed around and knocked around and fallen off of cliffs and beat up by cops and all kinds of great stuff. You can do whatever you can use me as your personal punching bag. I'm okay with it. But some people are a lot more sensitive. Some people are very sensitive.
But here's my perspective on it is, when you don't talk about a certain thing that comes up, it just builds. So get it out of the way, know where one other person stands, where you stand, whatever, and then either talk about it or whatever just happened. I don't think Kevin or anyone here was coming from a perspective to hurt Ariel.
Yeah, no.
And,
absolutely.
But it did hurt Ariel, and that sucks because that wasn't the intention.
No, I know.
Yeah, I mean,
that wasn't you were trying to fix it. You were just trying to fix it. I understand.
For a second. Go ahead for a second.
Okay, it's one thing to disagree and you debate about it, but I think Kevin came on really strong. He was, talking really loud and fast and being very confrontational and, basically like in an attack mode. And I think that was really the thing. You can discuss the issues, pro, con, whether you agree, you don't agree, or, any subject, but it's how you deal with it that makes a big difference.
Everyone's so different. It's hard not to piss anyone off. And if we're gonna have something like this, I think we might have to like kind of walk on glasses just for a little while, and then just try to, I guess, go learn with it. I guess. I mean, I hope Ariel comes back. She's great. Everyone loves her. I hope Kevin stays too, because he's got good ideas, good talking points, perspectives. He does talk loud with his mic right now, but everyone has so much to say that it just comes out too strong sometimes and too fast, and everyone has their own past of their experiences and their research, and they're going to want to voice it as much as they can, because it's time spent, right?
I think we're learning. Kevin, do not go back to your phone, please.
He's muted. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, he muted. Yeah.
I'm self-muted. I'm just letting people talk.
Thanks.
You could talk too. It's just, here's the thing. If we can't even get through this, how are we going to get through all the important stuff? Right? All these little things keep happening.
Avoid this. I tried to avoid this before it started.
I knew. I started it, which is probably my fault too, but I didn't know it was going to turn out like this. Sorry, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah. Here's the problem, okay? It comes down to basic civility, and that's what was missing here. Is there's a way to talk to people about issues, and you've also got to take into account that a lot of us are going through different things, and you don't just come at people like that. There's no reason for that. It's uncalled for. Absolutely uncalled for.
Yeah, I reserve that for the worst of the fucking worst. But we're supposed to be the people who I believe to be the worst of the fucking worst. But none of you guys are in that camp. You guys are not. I don't think any of you guys are intentionally trying to start shit with people by deliberately attempting to trigger them. I think one of the bigger problems that happened with this whole discussion. And I would really prefer that we try to move on to another topic at some point this evening. Is that at the end of the day, it's one thing. Would be one thing if this were just some sort of some fucking right wing Prager nutter, but this is in group. These are the people who we are supposed to call our friends, and yeah, I have disagreements with friends all the time. I've talked about them several times on this show. But when I have a disagreement with somebody, I take it I do my best to keep it in private and to try and do it in a civil and discussed manner. I don't bring shit. This is not the forum to be bringing shit out into the open for your personal drama. Exactly. This is the place for us to discuss the issues and topics which are near and dear to our hearts, and stuff that can potentially affect every single one of us. I personally believe that racism, sexism, classism, these are things that directly affect our everyday existence, and the way they manifest in the world around us are things to be taken and discussed. But I can do that without shoveling it down your throat. Yeah, you don't have to be a dick, because ultimately at the end of the day, everybody's still trying to learn. I'm still trying to learn how to better myself with this new framework. I still hold some. I wouldn't doubt myself to hold some racist, sexist, or even transphobic opinions.
Okay.
That I haven't. But the point is that it's a continual process of improvement, and the only way you're going to continue that process of improvement is if you maintain that civility.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Just kind of like dog training, okay? If a dog doesn't experience bad behavior, you can't correct it. I'm not saying if Kevin said that to me, you know, I would say, you know, I would let it go. Or if it was James, maybe if it was to Bram would say, hey, cut that shit out. You know, Ariel handled it differently, but you know, we kind of agree. All right, Kevin, right? That you saw what happened. Stork, me, we saw how it happened. So we can't learn from it until we experience what the result was. So when you're just like when you're training a dog, if a dog handles something that didn't result in a proper behavior, you can't correct it until that behavior happens. So this happened. Yeah, we learned from it. We might want to correct our behavior for the next time. And I'm just saying that's what my point from this.
All right.
Oh, hey guys, I have breaking news.
All right. Okay, no more of that.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell abandons GOP health care bill. Calls for a vote.
All right. Next up, single payer. Love it, Dub Tub.
What's the name of it? Give me the name one more time, Cheryl.
Mitch McConnell.
And what were his exact words one more time?
Abandons GOP health care bill. Calls for a vote.
He doesn't want to leave the Hill. That guy he knows how to work his audience. He'll get people behind him, but those people just want to stay on the Hill. That's exactly what they're doing. They don't believe in what they're saying. They just want to stay in the Hill. It's like the DNC saying, you know what? I kind of like killing 20 million people. You know, because I want to get that Republican vote. You know, whatever. It's just, you know.
I love that Republican vote.
The Republican vote?
Yeah, that Republican.
Republican.
Gotta have some of that shameless Republican vote.
Yes, the Republicans and the
By the way, for actual Republicans, we are not talking about you.
Yeah, there's Republicans. Republicans are more actually. I would say those are more of the people that are actually doing, that are in Congress, that are the judiciaries and the legislators and the executives and the congressmen and the Senate and all those guys with them. I mean, the legislature. But the thing is they all they care about is just eating out of the 1% trough. So that's all that McConnell's doing, is he wants to continue to get that trough of money that's there for the Republicans, and the Democrats have what I like to call a vault, you know, that they present, and it's a glass vault, so all of their fellow Senate and Congress people can see it, and they show it to them often. This is what you get if you follow this road of just appeasing the caucus, so we can at least just stay in office, but you know, stick up for Big Pharma and Monsanto and fracking and shit like that. And Wall.
Well, I see the Democrats have picked their person to run in 2020, Kamala Harris. She's up there over the weekend in the Hamptons with Clinton, big time donors.
Another corporatist.
And she wouldn't even prosecute when she was Attorney General. That got Munchin that did the fake foreclosures on people's homes and they lost their homes.
Hey, Shirley, did you see Jamal's YouTube today where he actually had Stephen Grombine from Real Progressive on?
Yeah, I watched some of it.
You watch some of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy, you know, I like Stephen Grombine, but that guy, he gets his point across to the 10th power. You see what I'm saying? To the 10th power. So he'll repeat it, but he knows what he's doing. He's a salesman. He's branding. He's not an idiot. He's branding is a system. But the thing is I think everything he's talking about is pretty feasible because he's pretty much in line with everything else that we want. I just think a Green New Deal is probably something everybody should be fighting for, but I would like to see people going after Citizens United first because we just don't need money in the hands of these politicians anymore. They're just screwing us up. Period.
I mean, ideally, if we could get Citizens United repealed, that would be a good start. However, I also see part of the issue is that the natural tendency for both the state, for capitalism and the state, is to have this sort of pseudo symbiotic relationship with one another. Now, obviously, they have something of an antagonistic relationship in the fact that they're two vying forces within our society, governing for top power. About how the common people should be dictated, but they are united in the sense that they do not want the lower class having the ultimate say in either economic or political affairs for the nation. So they were going to do their best to work in each other's interests to enrich themselves at the expense of everybody else. And to me, Citizens United is sort of the natural consequence of that natural tendency. So while getting rid of it is good, it is only step one of dealing with a much larger problem.
What about the McCutcheon? I don't remember the details of it, McCutcheon versus the DNC.
Was it the DNC?
The FEC, the Federal Election Commission.
That's what I thought. I was about to say.
I'm the Joey, remember. Yeah, so that one was on April 2nd, 2014, the Supreme Court issued a ruling in McCutcheon versus FEC that struck down the aggregated limits on the amount an individual may contribute during the I don't have my glasses. During a 2-year period to all federal candidates, parties, and political actions committees combined. You guys understand? Want me to reread it? Struck down the aggregate limits on the amount an individual may contribute during a 2-year period to all federal candidates, parties, and political action committees combined.
Somehow it manages.
So there's no limit. That's huge. So there's no limit.
Somehow that's managed to piss me off more the second time I hear it.
Yeah, every time I read it, it just gets worse and worse if I'm reading it properly.
Like somebody actually.
That struck down the aggregate limits on the amount an individual may contribute during a 2-year period to all federal candidates, parties, and political action committees combined. So I just don't have my glasses.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
See, that's bad. That is just terrible. And then Citizens United this is why nobody brings it up. Go ahead, Shirley. Sorry.
Hey guys, I watched the interview today with Elizabeth Beck on InfoWars. She was interviewed by some reporter affiliated with InfoWars, and she did some research and broke down all these different things, and she was crying. She is scared, really scared, because that last lawyer, that last person that was found dead, supposedly committing suicide, it wasn't far away from their office.
She was scared by somebody that was on the show, or
no. She was scared. She was scared because all these mysterious deaths.
All these, all the threats.
Yeah, the deaths. And the most recent death, it happened not far away from their law office. And she is scared.
Okay, so in regards to those people, I just can't imagine. I mean, you've got to have, you know, I always say that a pussy, excuse my language, is stronger than testicles. So when I call somebody a testicle, that means you're a weak ass son of a bitch. So these guys, which are, you know, anyway, just comes out wrong. The Becks are just, imagine going up against such a titan. It's not like you're suing the small business guy around the corner.
Yeah.
You know, that didn't put your tires on right, and you ran into a pole in your car. This is a gigantic beast that they're going up against. And did they ever get protection when they asked for protection?
I know some, what was it called? The weather group, some alt-right group was offering to protect them.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I think people are watching them to protect them, but at the same time, that is just probably, I mean, Sean Lucas, there's just the list goes on, and all these people that, you know, just got brushed under the rug.
Yeah.
How many times brushed under the rug?
And they said the drugs that was in Sean Lucas' body, it was hard for you to get. Fentanyl and some other stuff.
Yeah, stuff that he never, his family and friends just said he'd never touched or taken or even knew about. Yeah, so that's, you know, I mean, it's just, that's what I'm saying. So the Becks, it's either they're just fucking crazy or they're really, really, really core, you know, they're just the strongest female anatomy part that I know of. Yeah, that didn't come out good. All right. That's what I'm saying. It's just amazing. It's amazing. But I just don't know. You know, I got to say this about what's happening. And I had this kind of this premonition, or I foresaw this, that we'd all be on watching this program while the world was ending. I'm so sorry I said that. But it's like, it's, you know, a lot of the stuff they think of, this is just like a nightmare in my head. You know, so I'm just like, God, I just don't, I mean, I keep telling everybody we got to go Green Party. We got to bring in a third party to stop this crap. You know, but nobody thinks that the Green Party can do it, or they're able to do it, or even get close. And if you try to bring in another new party, trying to get that, you know, the clock's ticking, Bernie, you know, draft Bernie for the People's Party, and he's not even responding to that. So, and he still keeps flashing these corporatist Dems all the time. It just seems like these guys have the monopoly. I mean, do I feel helpless? Is it just me?
No, I think a lot of people feel that same way, but that's part of the frustration of the situation. Like, you know, and until there's enough people who actually see it in that light, like nothing's gonna happen. Or like, there's a bunch of people too, I'd imagine, who feel that way, but don't feel like there's any option, or they don't see another way around it, or like, you know, there's so many, like the situation's so complicated. Like everybody has different viewpoints, and it's hard to get everybody on that same track and going towards the same thing.
Right. I'm trying to find the best solution to stop the mafia corruption. I do believe that as soon as Seth Rich or Panda is exposed as being the WikiLeak, that's definitely going to help the Beck case, which is definitely going to bring down the DNC. I do believe that the Republican Party is psychotic, and most people believe that. So a lot of Democrats won't go there. So their only other option is the Green Party. I just don't see any other option because they're poised and ready to go. And I'm only saying that because they have 113 seats out there in different state and federal positions. So they're already out there. I don't see any People's Party people out there. You know what I mean? I'm not just trying to sell these guys. I'm just saying, who else do we have? Where else can we go? Ross Perot still alive? No?
I don't know.
And nobody knows, right? I voted for him because I didn't like something about Bill. I just didn't. There was something. I voted for Ross Perot back in the day. A
lot of people voted for Ross Perot back in the day. I have I have a friend whose father and mother voted for Ross Perot over any of the Clintons and Bob Dole. Was it Bob Dole or was it Bush running at the time?
Bob Dole.
It was Bob Dole?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you think of it in that context, it says a lot about your caliber of leadership when you are so utterly despised that people actually run other people to run against you just to not have to deal with your face.
I know, that's what's happening right now with frickin'. He's 87. Ross Perot is alive, and he's 87. We need to bring on to the Green Party. Yeah, I was just sick and tired of, I'm very similar to Stephen Grumbine, is I was a Republican, and then I stopped watching Fox and started doing my own research and my own due diligence and actually talking to people and sending emails and calling congressmen and getting their opinions because I really had to do it. And then Obama kind of came around at the same time, or maybe that was my motivation, and I got away. And then I started leaning way towards Democrats. They really had it going on. And then some triggers started happening, some lights started going off. And then, within like the past 8 months, I would say I've been green. I mean, for about a year now. What put me green, what actually made me green is when Bernie folded in July 2016. Because I like I said, I walked everywhere. I went around my neighborhood getting chased by old white men saying, "You're an idiot, get the hell off my property." And all I'm doing is just telling them to vote and if you want to take one of these flyers. But, they knew I was supporting Bernie and they didn't like me. I guess they either like Hillary or they're Republican. But the thing is I busted my ass and I gave that guy money. Money I probably didn't have or I could have used for myself. I don't know if it was in the hundreds, maybe. Still, that could have got me, helped me get my new paddleboard. I only got 2 surfboards. I could use paddleboard. Anyway, so that's when that day happened, and that's when I started looking towards the Greens, and that's when I started understanding that their platform was very similar. It's the only thing about them is they just seem kind of wishy-washy and not too in control. Then I went to one of their meetings, and I went and saw Jill Stein speak, and she was I was very impressed with her. And I've seen people speak, and she was from the gut, and she stayed and she listened, and she's not poor. She's got money. She's been a doctor. She can do whatever she wants. But when she got there, I still have a picture of the little Toyota Yaris I think she was in when she got out of it. She got out of this little Yaris with this guy Eric Eckenberg or something like that. That's out there. Anyway, But I was just impressed. The whole thing was, and then next thing you know, I registered Green and I voted for her. I could not vote for the lesser evil. There's no way in hell I was going to vote for the Apprentice talk show host. That wasn't going to happen. I would feel like a complete moron if I did that.
You'd have to turn in your you have to turn in your human citizen card.
Exactly.
I am no longer considering myself a member of the human species.
Exactly. I no longer have the knowledge to. I need to go hang out with the primates, the monkeys. I'm gonna go huddle up with these pack of dogs.
They seem to have their shit together.
Nah, they probably wouldn't want me if I voted for Trump. What are you guys doing? Get out of here.
You voted for that clown?
I'm just trying to ask. I mean, what the fuck are we gonna do? I mean, the only thing we can do that. We can do that. We can vote Green and try to. And my goal in Green is just to get them to watch. Just get enough and a largest amount of movement of people to where they can say, "Oh shit, oh my God, oh crap, these guys are actually making some headway. They're actually bringing support. They're actually getting some pretty fucking big rallies. They're actually starting to do something and make them look." Because ultimately they've got control over everything else. Electoral colleges, the media, big money, big money, big money, Citizens United, blah, 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 blah. I'm just talking because you guys are typing or something. I don't know what's going on. But the thing is
no such thing.
But I just want them to look. I want them to go, what the hell is that? You know what I mean? Because that's never happened in decades with these two parties that have owned us. Every time like Jimmy Dore the other night, and he keeps playing it back, and he's played in a lot of his shows, when George Carlin goes, "They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care." And he just repeats. Yeah. They don't.
It's a big club, and you're not in it.
And it's a big party. It's a big club, and we are a hell of a not in it. And I believe I'm in the Green Club. That club is like touchable. Sorry, go ahead, Lost.
It's kind of continuing on your point, but I just had something I wanted to ask you guys to see if maybe you would know more. But I'll start with the story and then go into the question. So I was talking to my dad, and this was during the primaries, and he's been a Republican as long as I've known. And we were talking about the candidates, and I was just, being very straight up honest with them and being like, I don't like either one. I hate them both. I'm voting Green and whatnot. And I was kind of expecting some resistance, being that he's always been a Republican. And he's like, "Oh yeah, like they were both horrible. And if there's any year or time that things are going to switch up, I feel like this would actually be it. Like there's actually possibilities for a third party candidate." And that kind of took me back. Like I was not expecting that. And so like one of the things I was surprised about was how little the Greens actually, like how little votes they would actually get. I mean, I know there was a lot of the back and forth between the parties and being scared of Trump and whatnot, but I kind of expected at least a little more of a showing. And so going into the question, does anybody know exactly how much, or like, is there any source out there that's tried to do polls and showing that they actually may have done better than what has shown officially on the record? I know there was a lot of voter suppression in certain areas. I know there was a lot of like, shady stuff going on, but like, is there any indication as to them actually doing better than may have been released out there?
Not that I know of.
What was that, James?
Bram, are you listening to this? Because Bram goes to the Green Party.
Yeah, I'm listening. What's interesting is that the recount that Joe asked for, what really came out of that is that we found out that both parties, the Republicans and the Democrats, were basically stealing from Green Party votes. They both were. So to get an accurate count of how many votes Jill actually got is kind of difficult. It would not. I mean, statistically, if you just look at how pissed off people were, and how they really didn't want either candidate. I mean, if you look at their approval ratings, you take into account that most of the country happens to be independent, to believe that Jill got less than 5% of the vote, I think, is absurd.
Yeah.
Absolutely absurd.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking too.
I mean, the statistics just it doesn't bear it out. It's unbelievable to me that she wouldn't have gotten, I would say, upwards of about 7, maybe 8%. But the reason that they had to keep it under that 5, of course, is because if she got over 5, the Green Party would have been guaranteed for federal funding
Right.
the next.
Right. I was actually that was one of my big things of why I wanted to vote for them. At the time I was living in California, I was like, oh, forget it. Hillary's already going to get this state. I might as well help them get to that 5%. And I was very sad and very disappointed to not see that happen.
That's another reason I truly believe that she did, is because there were a lot of people that just wanted to see another option.
Yeah, I didn't believe any of that.
I certainly don't. I don't buy it for a minute. With the amount of dissatisfaction in this country and the fact that the majority of the country are registered as independent or lean toward independent, I can't see how it's possible. I just can't. I can't see how it's possible.
Yeah, they controlled it.
Yeah, she was cheated just as Bernie was cheated.
I believe that. I truly believe that. I think that it's Russian rigging. I love it. It's like
Russia.
No, it's what Republicans have done this, and they've done this to each other forever. While they're beating you over the head with a stick with their own hand, they're telling you that that's not their hand, that's somebody else's hand. That's what's been happening. It's just, and it's so blatant. It seems like, and I really truly believe that lady had so much pull. She got enough coverage, probably more than Nader had in decades, right? And then finally, when it came down to it, oh, she just didn't make the cut. I just thought that was such bullshit.
Not buying it.
Yeah, that's why she wanted to go after that and get those votes. That would have made a big difference, and I don't even think that came out for her anyway.
All right. Yeah,
it didn't, because it was all the whole damn thing was rigged. The whole damn thing was rigged. You couldn't get an accurate accounting because the way that the votes were tallied in the first place made it impossible.
Yeah, who controls the polling anyway? I keep seeing Shirley's box. Shirley, are you trying to talk, or is somebody trying to? I heard when your box lights up, and that doesn't sound right, but that's just the way I am. Shirley, your box is lit up. Are you trying to say something?
Oh, no, I wasn't trying to say anything.
It might just be background noise.
Is there like a fan next to you or something next to the microphone that's going to...
No, I'm Comcast phone. I have a problem, but I got to get it fixed.
Okay, so...
I have some feedback in the background.
Good. Since you're on the video, which we appreciate, and thank you for that, if you raise your hand if you want to say something, that's good. Because sometimes I'll go too long, and, I'll just go too long. But,
yeah, surely he wasn't saying that there was a loud noise. He was just making sure that you weren't trying to talk.
Yeah, just making sure.
No, but I want to mention one thing.
There you go.
How about the story of the woman in Minneapolis that called the police because she heard something in the alley?
Oh, shit.
And
that
she
one.
went out there with her pajamas on and a T-shirt and slippers and ran up to the police car, and the guy just shot her.
Oh.
And she was from Australia.
She's from Australia?
Yeah, she was engaged to be married. Her soon-to-be stepson, they all upset her fiance. And then the cops didn't have their body cams on. They didn't have the cams on in the vehicle either.
Oh, ain't that just goddamn convenient?
I wonder how they're gonna tell this story.
Yeah.
She called the police. She didn't have nothing in her hand, no weapon. She ran out with pajamas and a t-shirt and slippers.
And this time it's the person's wife, so they can't even.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know if anybody has anything enlightening to say about this. I just feel like it's very tragic, regardless of who it is.
And that's not far from where Philando Castile got murdered by the police.
Yeah.
You already had a travel warning against getting shot if you go to the United States.
Do they actually have that?
Absolutely ridiculous.
I'm just looking to make sure it wasn't from Onion or something.
It wouldn't surprise me if that was actually the case.
Well, I'm sure people, if it's getting out, if these stories are getting out, I wouldn't be surprised if people would be scared to come here for that. Like, I wouldn't want to go to a country that's killing their own, like the police are killing their own people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, oh God, I don't even know where to begin with that statement, with that story.
She was a yoga specialist, I guess, and just happy, ready to get married,
and gets shot by the goddamn cop.
I'm like, I hope he don't say I fear for my life. I don't know how you can pull that off. Well, then I don't know. They had it on video with Philando Castile when the cop just shot him, and he was there in a seatbelt, didn't have no hands up. So I don't know.
Yep. No, but you know, there's going to be always those fucking worthless goddamn credits who look at this situation and go, oh well, if she didn't want to get shot, maybe she shouldn't have been a criminal. Oh, you know, just like positing or just some kind of fallacious bullshit about, oh, well, maybe if she wasn't acting crazy, she wouldn't be shot. Like, do you understand what kind of a stressful situation it is when you're having to call because of suspicious noises? It's very difficult to act completely dispassionate.
Yeah.
It was the former Australia prime minister. He asked for one, but they didn't get one. He wanted a travel warning for citizens traveling to the United States.
I heard a couple of countries have asked for travel warnings for their people coming to the United States because of the police.
Yeah, it was Prime Minister Tim Fisher. Fischer.
Good.
But it wasn't enacted. He just asked for it.
Well, fuck the Australian
I guess it'll get enacted now.
There's some crazy goddamn motherfuckers in this country.
Yeah, there's so much. I mean, you guys know where I live, right? You guys know where I live?
California?
I live next to Los Angeles. I'm only 10, maybe 12 miles from Los Angeles County. And I used to live in LA. I used to hang around with some people when I was younger that probably none of you would ever attempt to hang around with. But I never joined a gang, which is good.
Yeah. That's a plus.
I was my own gang.
A gang of one, huh?
I was just the guy that just said, no, I'm out here. I'm going to go party. And I was like peaceful. I was like make love, not war, man. I was going after the girls. I didn't care about any of that macho shit. But anyway, there's lots of stuff that happens. I mean, every morning I get up, and you guys know if you got AM radio or any radio and you turn on the radio, there's some crazy shit. There's kids and people, and adults and crazies and nuts, and it's just on and on and on. I personally, though, which I find very interesting, is I personally don't know anybody that I'm associated with that has done anything too whack. You know, I don't know anybody that I've hung around with or been associated with, you know, like a family member or anything like that, that's done anything more heinously tragic or vicious to somebody else. I've never, which is, I think, good. I guess hopefully I'm hanging around with the right people. But the thing is you just don't know sometimes. You know, some people need to have medication. Some people need to have, you know, a group therapy like we do here, whether we think it is or not.
Some people just need a hug.
And some people, you know, that's a great, I'll tell you right now, if you want a big Hawaiian hug, I am the best at big Hawaiian hugs. The best. Actually, probably most of you would get lost in my hug because it's like, anyway, it's a big low. A quick story, and then I'll get off for a second. When I was in Hawaii, when I was young, I used to be a greeter off of the plane and give leis to the tourists. That was very big when I was a kid. I don't know if anybody's ever experienced that, but for me, it was kind of degrading because the older ladies used to grab my butt, and it was not good. But you know, give me a big hug. You know, oh, Jesus, woman. You know. So just saying, you know, you got to be careful with those hugs out there.
Moral of the story.
Moral of the story: yeah, be careful with those hugs.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's you know, everybody needs a little love, a little compassion, a little happiness. You know, everybody needs I think some attention. You know, everybody needs a little attention. Anybody?
Brom, you had something to say?
Who was saying?
Brom, you had something to say?
Yeah. You know, sometimes we get into a position where we want to belong to something because we kind of feel like we're outcasts. I ran into that as a young man, and it made me very angry and very hostile. And I did a lot of things that I'm really not proud of. But I'll say this: I learned a lot about myself during that period of time, and being able to look back at the way that I treated people and my hostility, it made me realize that we all have kind of this darker side that if we're not careful, it can kind of take control of us and put us into a position that we never expected to be in. I mean, I think I've grown a lot over the years, and to be at the point where I'm now a member of the Green Party, and I'm really trying to do things politically to kind of change everything for the better for everyone around me, I think is pretty big. I would have never imagined that I'd be at this point in my life. So it's just, you know, you see people who are you know, angry and you know, not very hospitable, and you got to ask yourself, well, what's their situation?
You don't know.
You assume that they're just automatically bad people.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we all end up acting based off what we've been through, you know, our circumstances,
exactly.
Even our food, you know, like all these biological things. There's so many factors that compound into like how we act in the moment. It's I don't know how. Honestly, it kind of freaks me out when I kind of started realizing that. And I'm not trying to like claim like I know like much, but it's kind of freaky to think about.
All right, so it's funny. All right, I just gotta say this, and I'm gonna get it off my chest. I want to say thank you, Evan. Thank you, Fly. Thank you, Bram. Thank you, guys. Thank all of you for listening to my baloney, especially Snork. And I wish Ariel will get back on here, Kevin will get back on here, and everybody will get back on here, because we have important things to say. Stuff we say is people want to hear it. We're what's out there. Well, what's happening? I mean, on the show we had 438 views on one of our shows the other night. I think it was when I wasn't on. But anyway,
love you, James.
We don't need to get divided.
But it was a lot.
We don't need to get divided because that's what they want.
Yeah, we should never get divided. If we have anything that gets to us, that we'll just talk. I think that's good, but we can't. We got to be tactful about it. We got to be professional. We got to be courteous. Got to be, have civility. Civility is important because we are humans. I think. Maybe not.
We're at least Homo sapiens.
Well, yeah, but are we total Homo sapiens? I mean, you guys who's ever had that argument with somebody? Oh, you're from an ape. And I go, well, maybe not totally from an ape. Because there's parts of our DNA that I think are missing. Snork, you know this. He knows. He's just not going to say.
Well, you're talking about the RH negative. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I've read that. It's interesting.
And that the other argument is that we're not for us to evolve that fast in such a small amount of time. It's just the window of time is just too small for us to.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Because what happens?
What's your argument?
My argument is that we're doing right now. We're already doing enhancements. We're already turning flies' wings into different spots. We're already creating genetically modified mammals, and I think we just created exactly right. Triggered. No shit. I think, and we've already created. I think a lamb in a bag. Right?
Well, in Japan, we're trying. There are high school kids that are designing ways to hatch an egg without an egg. It's actually really cool. Huh?
I think they've already done that.
Yeah, now it's like a regular science experiment at one of the schools.
I know, like,
what now?
Yeah. So it's not frogs anymore. It's not frogs. You're not dissecting frogs.
Okay.
We're hatching chickens without the egg.
Okay, explain that one. I'm having a hard time picturing that.
Okay, let me pull up the video because it's actually really cool.
Okay.
See, that's where it's getting, and then you're not gonna. And then there's a guy building robots. He's charging like $10,000 for sex robots. This was on CNN the other day. I think CNN, right? But
you know, if we go down that road, I think we're doomed to be completely.
Oh shit! Oh fuck yeah!
Here, this is actually really cool.
I think we might as well just cash in our chips and call it a day.
Just push the fucking button, right? There's so many things. There's so many directions that we can go, but I don't There's so many directions our species can go, yet for some reason, the majority of us, or is it, that is not going in the right direction? I got a question. Do you think 51% of us on the planet, at least more than half, would like to see us evolve as a species? You know, not genetically enhanced, but just evolve our cranial capacity or the size of our brain, or just something getting us to the next level of maybe more senses, which Snork said we have 24?
21 confirmed.
Oh yeah, I was close. Okay. But anyway, what else is being built out there, Snork, that would be alarming? Can you think off the top of your head?
I can think of two acronyms.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
I was just going to say AI and CRISPR.
CRISPR, yes. For people that don't understand what CRISPR is, it's a tool used for transfection, for putting extra material into genes, and quite diverse material. I'm not sure if CRISPR was involved or not in making the chicken that had a Tyrannosaurus-like beak, or head instead of a beak, but that's the type of thing that we're getting close to.
All right, so
you work with CRISPR?
All right, before we go on, I want to say something. So we took it to a vote, Kevin, if Kevin's listening, and Ariel. So the proposal was a 1-week suspension on Ring Central meeting. You can feel free to be here on live chat, and after the 1-week suspension, definitely come back. We want you here. We'll apologize for the ban, but you know, we have to make rules to make sure certain behavior doesn't happen. And you know, if you want to see the votes, who voted privately, or our conversations and why, get with me. I'll show you screenshots. But so,
honestly, he did this to himself.
Yeah, I mean, we all agree the behavior, we didn't like it. I feel that this suspension is not something I would do, but I agree with a voting process, a democracy of sorts.
Yeah, I'm okay with the process. That's the voting process.
And definitely, we want Ariel to stay. We love you, Ariel.
We love both of them. I don't know.
All right, so this is how it's going to work. I don't want to make the decisions, but this is how we voted, so that's how it's going.
Lost? Do you work with CRISPR?
No, I'm just kind of a nerd. I've seen a couple like podcasts and videos.
I think that most people agree with you on the AI. I agree with you on the CRISPR. Would you mind explaining it to the rest?
Sure. I mean, I'll try to explain what I know. So they started with bacteria. They were studying bacteria and how I don't remember exactly what the study was, but they were looking at the behavior of the bacteria, and they found that these certain bacterias had this repeated pattern in the DNA sequence, and that if they had put little sections of other pieces of DNA, that they could basically use that repeating sequence, like they can give it to like a organism, and it will then go and search for that specific section of DNA that they put in there. It's almost like, say they give them this little piece, then when they put it into that CRISPR, it'll then search for that piece in the organism's DNA and then cut out that section. And then so using that along with I don't remember the exact method of how they replace it with a new piece. I think they just kind of have it sitting nearby or something, and then the body's repair system like puts it in there. But it's basically you can think of it like a bacterial version of like a surgeon's scalpel or something, going in there and cutting that little piece off. And so they're trying to use it in that way of replacing little sections of DNA.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, and so they're trying to do all kinds of things with it. I mean, we already touched on the genetic engineering aspect, they want to, like, I guess more of the positive things. They want to try to cure genetic diseases. They want to use it as a new way of like antibacterial, like the next wave of antibacterial, yes, medication or
antibiotics.
Yeah, antibiotics. Yeah. And let me see. I know there was a bunch of other stuff, but I don't know. I can't remember it all right now.
Could be a ton of stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
it's pretty crazy.
Well, we were concerned, and again, I wasn't the scientist on this. I just was helping them with a tool to move it. And immediately it was, whoa, this could be bad if it got reused wrong.
Well, yeah, I just thought of something too. Or do you know anything about gene driving? Do you want to explain that?
I don't know gene driving.
Okay, so I hate to get into this because honestly, it kind of sounds very doom and gloom, but I guess it's positive too in some ways. They want to use it to cure malaria, and they want to do, or not cure malaria, but they want to stop the spread of malaria by purposely taking out the gene in mosquitoes that will helps them carry it and spread it. But this same technique called gene driving, it's basically like they put in an extra CRISPR into the DNA, so when that species reproduces, it'll keep always giving that sequence of DNA to the next generation, and so it'll slowly propagate through the population. And so it's basically a way to redefine the genetic sequence of a species, because if it's 100% success rate that every time they reproduce, it'll be passed on, it will eventually propagate, unless there's like, some weird thing where they get isolated and away from the other population. But these small changes that they do in, say, like a mosquito, if they did something wrong and that mosquito just like flew out of the lab or whatever, like they could forever change mosquitoes. They could destroy ecosystems, like the little chain of events. And this is the same thing. I think the freaky part about it is like this could be applied to, say, like humans too. So they could like keep passing down these traits. So like, if they made a certain human taller and they put in that gene drive, their children would for sure get that, and it could just pass down. And it's just like really freaky scenarios. I mean, it could be good and bad. Maybe they could use it for some good things, but just that amount of power is kind of freaky. Yeah, so I mean, gene drive, CRISPR, if you look that up.
Now, who has this right now?
It's honestly, it's not even that expensive. I think it's fairly available out there. It's yeah, I think you can get it for less than like $100 too, because it's just like some bacteria, which is one of the big concerns. And so I don't know. I feel like they just haven't had enough time to regulate it. I mean, maybe Stork knows better, but like as far as I know, it's like not that well regulated.
Well, it won't really nothing be regulated now that Trump is in office.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Like I said, I don't think if we can create, I mean, it's just a matter of time before. You guys ever seen the Malian sun shark?
I have not.
Ever seen that? It's a man with a man body but a shark head. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that like in the movie.
Yeah. There's now I don't know. I mean, what would you make your ultimate soldier out of? Like, what kind of skin? What kind of bone structure? How would he perform? What kind of intelligence would you give him? So what I'm saying is, would he be a spider? Would he be more of like a lion? Would he be more of an ape, like a gorilla? Because gorillas are fucking badass.
Mm.
I mean, if you ever play Overwatch, and I play Overwatch, right? I play with my mom, and she's almost 80.
That's awesome.
And that's cool. So, and there's a character on there that's a gorilla, and he's smart, and he's got a weapon. And
Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, Planet of the Apes. So I mean, and these gorillas can lift like 1,000 pounds with, like flicking a quarter. It's nothing. So I think we got to be careful. We're going to see some pretty. I think I'll make it to seeing some pretty nutty stuff. But that's the direction that we're going. That's the direction that's. I mean, they got high school kids creating embryos out of egg without an eggshell. You know what I mean? So I don't know what to say. It's just we're in a trippy. We're in a.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's moving so fast, and if we don't put the right people in office, people that actually care about the planet, human race. Imagine Republicans having control of all this power, which they kind of do right now. Okay, yeah. Can you think of these? I mean, have you heard the stuff these guys say about women and rape? Have you heard the stuff they say about people that are dying on the street?
Yeah, I know. I've kind of.
I mean, these are the kind of people we want to have this kind of control and this kind of power.
Yeah, it's really freaky. Like this stuff could be the next form of biological weapons.
Exactly.
It's crazy to think about.
Which I'm very for sure that it's out there.
Yeah.
Hey James, downtown Los Angeles, isn't there a big homeless population up there?
Yeah, Skid Row.
And where?
Downtown Los
Angeles.
Oh hell yeah! It's everywhere. It's in just, I would say, in just the past 5 to 6 years, I've seen homelessness explode. If there's actually, look them up. I could probably find them, but there's pictures of the Santa Ana riverbed, which is like the biggest river bed that comes through Southern California, or through it's man-made, but it used to be a river. The basin, they turned it into a river. Anyway, so up against there's lots of people living, and it's in the thousands, just thousands and thousands, not hundreds, thousands, and they're all up and down, and it's grown substantially for the past 3 to 5 years, and they've tried to move them, and they've tried to put rocks there where they can't be there, so they move further south or further north, because everybody, it's an eyesore. Nobody wants to fix it. It's an eyesore. They're a problem. Blah 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 blah. When we all know what it is. It's just people don't give a shit. They don't care about you. They don't care about you. It's a big club, and you're not in it. And most of what's sad about when you see these people on the side of the riverbeds is there's so many people driving by there that if they lose their job, or if they get or if their car something and they can't take care of their car, or if they lose, or they get a medical bill that their kid has, they can't pay, they're there. That's where they're most likely they will end up. That's how close it is for people. When there's 50% of the people in this country that are like living in poverty, and so the rest of the 25% are not that close. Not that far away. Which is so sad. It's just, this country has gotten just so pathetic. It's just, guys,
it's disgusting. All this happened under Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah, both of them, Cheryl. I'm telling you right now, it's ridiculous. Redonkulous.
I see a lot more people in Philadelphia on the streets, even on the boulevard, and they in the middle of the road, and they holding signs up in their homes. I give them money though.
Yeah,
I'm like, it's just got to do something with the homeless, the housing crisis, people losing their jobs, and these people don't want to be out on the street like this.
Yeah, surely is the housing prices in that area going up too?
We got a lot of gentrification going on, like where Temple University is. Because like where my mother-in-law lives, she lives a couple of blocks from Temple University. and you go on her block, it'll be an empty lot there one day, and they done built a new place for students to live. And them houses on her block in North Philadelphia, which they call the hood, going for like more than $250,000 for sale. Yeah. And they be trying to buy my mother-in-law's house. She said, I'm not selling, because she's been there for years. Yeah. It's kind of high. Certain areas in Philadelphia, there where a lot of African Americans or any minority live, they moving them out, and they just bring it. And I mean, the rent is too high. They making sure minorities cannot come back.
That's a lot of places. I mean, yeah. I'm just talking about Orange County, but LA is way worse. I'm just saying, Los Angeles is homeless is.
See, and this right here is why I know this is going to sound really radical, but I really think that the solution to this is pretty simple. Arm the homeless.
What you say?
Oh yeah, that's been brought up. I
think that's the solution. Arm the homeless.
What, the homeless? Arm the homeless?
Arm the homeless. Watch everything change overnight. The whole thing will flip overnight. I guarantee you.
Well, they'll go to jail and they'll kill people. I mean, I don't know. Are you saying arm with guns the homeless?
Yeah, I'm saying arm the homeless.
It's practically an army with the amount of people there are.
And let them go eat the rich themselves?
Exactly.
This is a weird connection maybe for some of you, but I was listening to Kendrick Lamar's album To Pimp a Butterfly, and he has an interview with Tupac in there, and he's specifically talking about how the poor are going to rise up and eat the rich people. Not like literally, but like rise, like they're going to take over. And I mean, it's the same idea. Like, when there's that many people on the bottom, like the only way to change is to do something about it. And I mean, I don't know, like I feel conflicted with the violent aspect of that, but I mean,
it's going to come to it eventually anyway.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, that's where we're headed. I mean,
people could take for so much. I mean,
exactly. I mean, everybody's being pushed to a breaking point. I mean, something's going to give.
I really believe that. You know what? And I think I just talked about that, Bram. I was just saying, I don't know if we even have a choice.
At this point, I don't think we do. I think we're at a real tipping point here, and it's not going to take much to push it right over the edge. It really isn't.
And I don't think they're going to have, and I think a lot of people are thinking this way. I don't think they have enough FEMA camps, because it's going to get pretty crazy.
It's going to get nuts. Nuts.
So imagine this. Imagine if the DNC or Seth Rich is finally linked as the Wiki Podesta file leaker, which totally puts the motive on the DNC. Okay, in a sense. Yeah. Okay, so that turns into not a shit show, but an actual case to where it's really getting fun. They're really getting hosed, not just by the fraud of Bernie, but now on a death of people, not just one, because this will start the domino effect.
Oh yeah.
Let's just say if that happens. So there goes the DNC. Boom, they're gone. Okay. Now the Republicans, they see that they're gone. They start try to push their heinous health care bill, and say they get that through, and then next thing you know, they've got citizens that are strong enough to pick up a pitchfork and a torch, because now they're not getting Medicaid or Medi-Cal anymore or whatever, right?
And they start knocking shit down.
So there it is. It's that close.
It is that close.
Sucks. And you know what sucks is I don't think the Green Party was ever going to be given the chance. That's my only biggest concern about the Green Party, and I think they've got everything they need, and they're doing the right things, and we need everything they have. But no matter what, these fuckers are not going to let it happen.
Yeah, but why are they scared? What were they scared to let them into
Hey,
the
Stevie.
debate during the primary? I mean, let them debate. What they scared of?
You're
It was
talking
we,
about,
but the Democrats didn't have many debates anyway. They were hitting on weekends and stuff.
they're not going to let them debate. They're sure. I'm just saying, if they ever let a Green Party candidate, especially Jill Stein, because I think she'd tear them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would just.
No doubt.
It would just be like a person taking 2 eggs and 2 cupcakes and squishing them. Jill Stein would be the person, and there'd be a red cupcake and a blue cupcake, and she'd just go. It would be that bad, and they know it.
Well, honestly, I think it'd be like the Ross Perot effect. Cause isn't that when they changed to not after Ross Perot ran? Because he did pretty good.
Yeah, he did pretty good. The thing is they weren't having it then either. I'll be back. Yeah, they weren't having it.
No, of course not. Because she had the facts. She knew what she was talking about and has the policies that the vast majority of us would support.
Yeah. So here's the big question, right? Do we have a chance? Can we fix anything? Are we fucked?
No, I don't think we are. I think we have a very limited window, but I think we need to get moving really quickly. I think the main things we need to do is start mobilizing communities. I think this has to be completely community based. We have to basically do everything we can to take back our community.
Went south. Sorry.
One precinct at a time, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
that's our solution, but we've got to do it quick.
Yeah, definitely something like I feel like it just needs the momentum for the boulder, like it needs some kind of push. And I don't know, even with the going back to the homeless situation, if people were to start grouping into areas and things like Hoover Towns kind of developed again, that could be enough of a unifying force for these areas to start building that community literally from the ground up.
I mean, I think that there is something that we can do, or else why would they bother trying to suppress this so much?
Yeah, I agree with that, because the way that they're acting is like someone who's scared. But they realize that we do still have the power. We just have to figure it out for ourselves and start using it.
They're afraid we're going to figure it out, is what it is. And we're very close to it. There's a lot of good ideas out there. It's just a matter of unifying in that and getting the mass of people to do that. Because I mean, it's not going to be one person or one thing that does it, because this is a big rock we got to lift off of ourselves. So we're going to need a lot of people putting in, some effort to move it if we're going to escape this,
Right.
How?
I'm going to have to say it's going to have to start locally. It's going to have to be, and it might sound small, it might sound, insignificant, but we really just have to start talking to people. We have to start talking to our friends and our families, because how many times have you seen it where people go to these Thanksgiving dinner and it's just oh God, the racist uncle is going to bring up something, or how am I going to get through it without saying anything? But say something. We need to learn how to talk to people and be heard, and as well as listen, because I mean, a lot of these people, and I've grown up with these people, and I used to be friends with these people, and I used to be one of those people that just didn't say anything. But I mean, we kind of had to. I mean, my mom was she is not racist. She's not one of those I don't know. She's pretty logical, but she said, well, Obama's trying to take our guns and why would he get rid of he's banning the Confederate flag. I'm like, Mom, you don't even have a Confederate flag. What do you don't have a gun either? What are you talking about? I was like, he's not trying to do any of that stuff. I was like, you know, there's just certain things it has to change. And I explained to her, and then she's like, oh, huh. You know, and you're not always going to get that. But, you know, and the other thing is we got to do something to combat the poverty, because the poverty coupled with poor education in those areas leads people to believe like these, you know, misinformation. I mean, I used to turn on Fox News for information. I did. I went to Fox News for information. Like, that's scary to me that I was a grown adult and turned on Fox to be informed. And like, I didn't know, but then once I found out, I was like, oh yeah, I can't watch them anymore. So, I mean, it's all just, we got to learn how to outreach. And then those people will want to tell more people, you know what I'm saying? Because it's going to blow their mind, and you can't help but want to tell people and stop them from going down that same path. So yeah, I think it's just going to have to be like just talking to people about like our ideas and stuff, you know?
And that's why platforms like this in particular are so important, because it allows us to have these kinds of dialogues that other people can sit back and watch and go, okay, well, there are some great ideas. I can take some of that and use it for myself. And I think that's why this needs to continue. That's why we need to keep this going and keep these kinds of dialogues going, because, I mean, look at how diverse just this group alone is.
Mm.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yep.
I mean, this is where it starts, is by having these kinds of discussions.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that. It was just a good point.
Okay. So here's a question. If we're talking about mobilizing community by community, what does everyone here think is the best means or vehicle to do that?
Like when a lot of times, like a lot of it comes from personal struggle. So like they will like have trouble, you know, with their bills or with child. Like a lot of like the anger stems from like their needs aren't being met. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they will lash out at the wrong person or somebody lower than them because they're so angry about the situation that's in their own lives. Right. So like, if we can maybe get like a community, like within the community, like try to get some people that are willing to maybe help out with childcare so that person can work, or, you know, like, oh, well, you know, I babysit, so, you know, I'll watch your kid while you go to work, or like helping out, like, well, I know that you're doing this, so I'll mow your lawn. Well, you know, we just got to start helping each other out, you know,
right.
Little stuff like that.
I got cut
like
off
kindness and being generous, like back in the day, and looking out for your neighbors. I mean, that's out the window now.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
That's out the window now. People just don't care, and it's crazy.
That's how it is here. And like, go ahead, Snork. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I got cut off there. I'm not sure how much I said before I got lost, but I went to this 4-county meeting last night in a small northeastern Iowa town, and I immediately thought of the conversation we had a few weeks ago about the gentrification of the areas with lots of programmers. And I went to this perfect town that's got like hundreds of empty houses, nice houses that would go for a few months' salary for somebody. I mean, total cost of what these programmers are getting, but they're paying it all for the housing costs of where they live. I thought, geez, if you work on the internet, here is the town to live. Are you able to see my screen?
Oh yeah.
Roger that.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a really, really, really nice upscale little town of like 1,000 people. And it's got this river. I was at an Algerian restaurant, and was this huge patio there wasn't that many people because there's not that many people left in the town. Everybody's leaving. But I thought, you know, for somebody that doesn't have to go to a factory or whatever, this is a perfect community.
Wow.
You know, the people could move here. And of course, Iowa sucks in the winter. It's not as bad anymore with global warming, but you would save so much per month that you could, you know, once a month fly somewhere nice, and the rest of the days be awful. And I'm losing connection again. So I'll be quiet.
Hey, Snork, is that area close to like a busy, like a city area, business district?
It's a 1 hour drive either way to a city. 1 hour to a town of 50,000. 1 hour to a town of about 100,000, and a few more hours to another large area. But 3 hour drive and you're out at O'Hare Airport and you're anywhere in the world.
Yeah, because here the gentrification, they can jump on the bus. A lot of them is real close where they can walk the center city to their jobs. A lot of them coming back from the suburbs.
Yeah. But what I meant was it's just so much is getting eaten up by people trying to find affordable housing in like Los Angeles, where you can commute a very, very long time just to get a short distance because of the number of people. And they might as well call their highways parking lots. Am I exaggerating?
No.
Now, in rush hour in a town like this, though, it is a bit of a problem. The other car might be in front of you and frustrate you at a stoplight. Am I exaggerating?
No.
Someone has YouTube on.
It might be Lucas since he just came in.
The other car might be in front of
you. YouTube?
I'll just continue on with that point, though. I think it's very ironic that it is largely that tech and software, you know, those type of people that are
I'll just
kind of raising, you know, going into those areas. It is very internet based, and that could be remote. Like, it is fairly ironic, in my opinion.
Yeah.
What I was going to say about what Shirley was saying, like neighbor helping neighbor. I know that actually does work because that's what we did here. We had like within the coal camps, it was like a communal type of living where nobody had anything. We're well, you know, but the neighbors would all pitch in and help each other out with the certain things that they were lacking. And when they did that, they were, you know, they called it like clothesline organizing or something like that, because, you know, the women would get together and they would talk about this stuff. And so they started talking about the issues. And from that, they organized to fight the government, and we won eventually. But, you know, that's how it started.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the neighborhood I live in, it's sort of like supposed to be middle class, but the people around, I don't know all my neighbors. I only know certain ones. People, every neighbor I don't speak to. I don't know the neighbors way down the street, or I'm not used to that because growing up in my old neighborhood, I knew everybody that lived on the block, all the adults and things like that and stuff, and we helped each other out and we looked out for one another. It's not like that here where I live at, and I'm not used to that.
Yeah, and
go ahead. Sorry.
It's especially worse in the past, you know, I don't know, decade or so, because everybody's getting poorer. The more poor you get, the more angry you get, you know, and you don't have the time or the patience or the willpower to help anybody else but yourself. And that just makes it tends to make people just selfish and angry. And that's where we're going. And it's not helping us at all, you know, individually. I mean, are we stronger individually? I don't see that that's happening. I don't see the evidence for it. We got to help each other out.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay, so I was falling asleep, so I decided to drink a little apple cider vinegar.
Are you trying to kill yourself?
Dilute it, man. Dilute it.
Can you OD off of apple cider vinegar?
It actually is poisonous in high amounts, I think. I think I read that.
Oh shit. Okay. Anyway,
I feel like you'd have to drink a lot though, but
I only take like a shot glass full.
Brom, to get back to your question though, I feel like it would have to be a multifaceted approach. I think what Stevie's saying is very true, and I feel like that would do well for a big portion, especially the older people. But I feel like for like say the younger generation, I feel like even something as simple as a way to vote for see, that's the thing. Like it's hard to confirm these things. So like it would be cool if there would be a way to get like a consensus of what people are actually thinking, and not have to go through mediums like the media and polls and whatnot, and just get like direct answers. But then there's always bots, and they could always figure some way around it. But like if there was some way to spread the word on like a media, like social media kind of aspect, and through the communities, and have like, I don't know if there's another way, but just like a multi-pronged approach to it, because I feel like any one direct way can just be easily countered.
Yeah, there's a guy here in Philadelphia. He goes around and give out free haircuts to the homeless.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
I think it is important that we take kind of a multifaceted approach, like you said, because just one approach alone isn't really going to get the job done, and also leaves us vulnerable to being stifled. So yeah, a multi-pronged approach is always going to be the better way to go, simply because you're taking a larger approach to it rather than just trying to hit one way. I think the thing is that what I was trying to get at is how are we going to organize something like this? I think it's important that we have kind of a loose organization that kind of comes up with different ideas, and then kind of breaks off to implement those ideas. I think that's probably the best way to go about it. But I'd like to get everybody else's take on that.
Hey, what they used to do a long time ago is the barter system. And the barter system is, most of it's scratching back. So I know that this guy can fix my shoes if I can fix the plumbing. And I'm not talking about his wife. What I'm talking about is it's happened in the past. We've become so dependent on modern technology and our laziness to where we're turning into those humans in the movie WALL-E, to where we don't even move, associate. It'd be nice if we could all meet someplace. I would actually, I need to start going to these Green Party meetings, because I think they could start doing something like that. Show a new movement of people actually taking care of each other.
Yeah.
And show and have a model that works, and organize it. A lot of people aren't going to give up their Xbox. A lot of people want to have their truck with their big tires and their quad Troy Lee edition Polaris 500 quad four-wheeler. I'm not like I do, but they also want to take care of others and make sure that these people aren't on the street, and that they can be taken care of, and they know they have people they can go to, they can talk to, and a unified group of people that starts reaching out instead of pushing away and limiting. If you look in the link that I put up in regards to the people that were living on the side of the riverbeds, thousands, and they're growing. They were kicked off. Like I said, they were putting rocks and boulders and stuff and taking down their huts and their shacks and their places where they could live, because maybe some of them do have a dependency. Maybe some of them are alcoholics or drug abusers, or maybe some of them don't have the medication they need for their mental disorder or their physical handicap, or they're just unable to work, etc. And the list goes on. And like I said, these people at the top, the two-party oligarchy, they don't see these people. They barely see us. They barely see the voters that are actually voting for them. And as we're just mentioning the fact that we don't really believe our votes even count anymore because we believe that it's all being rigged, if we start to build or create a society for ourselves, in a sense to where it starts to work and it starts to, then this seems like instead of grabbing a torch and a pitchfork and, going to a FEMA camp soon as a prisoner or a terrorist, or being labeled as an enemy to the state, just being a person that's helping other people, how would that look if I was incarcerated for that?
Yeah.
This is not a bad idea where we can reach out and just call it, the Hawaiians, the tribal Indians, the ancient Zulus, and these people, they all helped one another with what they could do for each other. They had hunters, they had gatherers, and it's just the farming thing just kind of screwed up everything. In any case, this is not a bad idea. It's going to have a name. You want to just call it the Village? Village people? Young man, don't you get that? I said, young man. We're not going to call it the Village people?
I don't know how popular that's going to be.
No need to. Okay, we're not going to call it the Village people, but we should call it, I don't know, something, but it's just helping other people out. I think and reaching out to those people, because I can do a little something. I think I can provide something. I don't know I don't think people are going to take people into their homes, but if we can find a place, one warehouse, there's a warehouse around every corner, and there's a city down here called Irvine, and Bram knows where that's at. There's warehouse after warehouse after warehouse that's empty.
Empty.
There's no businesses in there. And they're everywhere. Yeah. They're everywhere. That's shelter. You could put inside of one of those warehouses, you could put a good amount of people with the right organization to get them going and get them started and get them what they need and stuff like that.
Everybody needs something, and everybody has something offered. It may not even seem like it's that important, but hell, so there's just some people that need help, getting their house cleaned up. By the time you work and you take care of your kids and do all this other stuff, it's and now I gotta do housework. Even if it's just that little thing that you can just go in and, do somebody's dishes for them, that is something that somebody needs and somebody can do, it just may sound little, but for somebody that's doing all these things, it's that's what they need.
It's pretty big.
So I'm a typical man, and I never would think of that, like a stupid pig that I am, sadly. But that's a great idea. I could because I'm so clean. But anyway, I could go say, hey, I'll do your laundry, and you can help your kids with the homework. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And stuff like that. And just, you want to do it, but then you also want to regulate it. You just don't want people doing. There's going to be some idiot. There's going to be some fucking. Some fucking idiot that screws up everything.
I think if you just go along and you get people, it would be kind of like a help wanted. but for trading help, just like here's what I have, and here's what I need, here's what I can do. And if you just match those people up with other people, you know what I'm saying?
E-Village. Donate.
You said The Village. It made me think of that horrible M. Night Shyamalan movie.
The Village. Or something. I'm just trying to think of a word. I don't want to make it too corny.
Well, I think starting the name with evil probably wouldn't be a good start.
Oh. You want to call it the Ring? Is that what you want to call it? that was a village. But yeah, so this is a good thing, and I think I don't see Democrats jumping in on this one. I know for damn sure most Republicans aren't even going to touch this.
No.
But there are philanthropists in the Republican Party.
There are philanthropists.
Mostly it's based on guilt. But
my thing is, these politicians, don't they have other relatives that don't have the money like they have?
That's a great question, Shirley. Here's the thing. I have Republicans. I have very wealthy Republicans in my family who really don't care about anybody else in the family. They just they live in they live in their own little bubbles, and they basically gather in their own little circles. It's very similar to the same upper echelon circles that wealthy liberals congregate in. It's the same concept.
It's a shame.
It is.
I've been telling my husband, don't they have aunts, cousins, other kind of relatives that this will affect? And he's like, I know, they just don't care.
They don't care. That's probably the worst thing about what a lot of us are having to deal with is there's so many people out there that won't even look twice, I mean.
And I'm not even going to leave out the Democrats either. They're established.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that don't care. There's a lot of rich Democrats that don't care.
I heard Stephen King made a comment that people that's on food stamps that hasn't worked in ages.
Work where?
Stephen King said that.
What did he say?
Stephen King said people that are on welfare has never worked in ages.
Oh man, why did he have to say that?
I couldn't believe it, and I've read a lot of his damn books.
Me too.
Wait. Don't mix up Stephen King, the author, with Stephen King, the...
Stephen King, the representative, who's a douchebag.
Yeah, not the author. The author is totally progressive.
The author is dyed-in-the-wool progressive. The guy has always been very progressive.
Like, wait.
It is a complete... Yeah. Steve King is a douchebag, a complete...
That totally sounds like something he'd say.
Oh, okay. Because they had a picture of Stephen King in the comment, and I'm like, huh?
Nah, I find that rather hard to believe.
Yeah, they probably confused which one it was.
They may have done that on purpose.
I'll look into that.
They've done stuff like that before with the two of them. That wouldn't surprise me.
The complaint here is that the Democratic Party uses Representative Stephen King as a fundraiser.
Yes.
They constantly say that we need money to fight this fight. But when you talk to the local people who ran against him, they constantly say the Democratic Party kept all of the money raised for themselves. none of the money was used in the district, or at least very little of it was used in the district to actually fight it.
That happens constantly.
So the last thing the Democratic Party wants to do is lose their big fundraiser, because he'll go out and say something stupid every day. And you'll see fundraising ads that come out. We have to get money to this candidate. And then the candidate, like the last one was Kim Weaver, got nothing.
Yeah, I just looked it up. And Steve King, the representative, he was going on a tear about these poor kids are too fat and they need their food stamps taken away. And there's generations of people that haven't worked. So yeah, he's been saying some especially hideous things lately. So yeah,
you don't realize Walmart workers are getting public assistance?
I'm not sure, but I think Steve King was the one that came up with the thighs the size of cantaloupes.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah, I think so.
God, he's a terrible person.
Just slightly.
And then that's the thing that scares me about this technology getting more crazy. I'm thinking about when I was growing up, and I hear my kids laughing. I said, yeah, I grew up in a household. We were sort of poor. We was on food stamps and whatever, and we had a TV, and the TV, the knob would come off. We used the screwdriver to turn the channel, and then if the antenna break, we used the hanger for the antenna. And now today, you can't do that no more with TVs, because they done made them where if it's broken, it's too much money to get it fixed. You got to go get a new one.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, you really can't judge people also, like, based on the stuff that they have. I mean, I know like Fox News did that thing where it's like poor people have refrigerators and stuff. It's just like, yeah, I mean, sometimes you'll see somebody and it looks a little fishy because like they'll have like their EBT card but a Coach bag, but you don't know, maybe that person has been laid off, maybe that's the only thing they own. Maybe a relative got them that. You know, you never know a person's story, and that's why it's like, yeah, I mean, you might see like little things here and there. It's like, well, you might have some nice things, but when you're poor, I mean, so it's like it's going to break down and you'll never replace it, you know? So it's just like you got to, yeah.
Well, Stevie, I got to tell you this. Stevie, I got to tell you this. I go to a seafood place every now and then, and these places supposed to take EBT cards for uncooked food. A lot of the people come in there, and I'm basically the only one really using cash. They're using their access card for cooked food. And I mean, they get big trays too. And I'm like, they need to stop doing this because the Republicans want to take this away from them because they're talking about them doing it.
Yeah.
And then the stuff isn't cheap. They're buying. You can get a lot of groceries with that.
Yeah, they use that in their talking points, just like, oh, well, you know, I saw somebody buying steak. Well, it's just like, yeah, I mean, it's not an unlimited amount of money that's on there. There's a set amount. And if you buy a steak this week, you're not eating next week. You know what I'm saying? Like, those people, like, once it's out, it's out. So it's just like, yeah, I mean, so what if they want to buy a steak? They're just not going to eat next week. I mean, that's their choice, right? So, I mean, like, but it's used in those talking points, which is why, like, you know, I'm not, like, whether it's good or bad, like, you just got to be aware of that, you know? Like, it's just something that happens.
But I don't want to say cut people off with no food stamps because of that.
Yeah. No. Nobody should ever starve, especially in a country as rich as we are. Absolutely not.
And watching that Michael Moore movie, a movie Wed to a Baby Next, that movie, I almost cried to see how them people live. Nobody was stressed. They were happy. They had health care. They had time off from work, and they didn't work for so many hours. It was just amazing.
We could have it.
Yeah, I know we could have it. Bernie said it.
Yep. So, do we have a name for our reach out program that we're going to approach the Green Party with? Because I'm really serious about that. I think we should start doing something like that.
Okay.
Reciprocity?
Oh, I like that.
That's what it is.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
You know when you put like, you make like an acronym that sounds like an actual word?
You're going to make an acronym out of reciprocity?
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about like it starts with an R. I'll think of something. But I like that part of it. That's probably
I do too.
Yeah. We may call a spade a spade.
Yeah, that's what it is. So it's the Reciprocity Movement by the Green Party. I like that because we're sick of, we're just going to help people ourselves. You want to be a part of this movement? Jump aboard.
Yep.
That's cool. I think that's huge. And it could grow.
Yep, it sure could.
Okay. I'm going to start on that. I'll bring it. Bram, you got to remind me to go to this next meeting.
Yeah, I haven't been to one in a while. I've only been to a couple, but yeah, the ones I've been to were
You want to go to the next one? You want to go to the next one?
Yeah, I'm going to probably try to go to the next one.
Okay, I'm going to try my hardest.
Okay.
It's just Sunday. I'm not usually doing shit on a Sunday. I know I ain't going to church. Sorry. But I'm kind of done with that. I'm not gonna make it a non-profit corporate. I'm not gonna do that. Just can't be that. It just has to be. I want it to be legal, but I want it to work. And I just don't want money to get influence. I think I can find it. I got a picture of desktop. I'll show it later. I'm going to show you this picture first. This is a trippy picture. Okay, ready? Yeah, show it. Come on, fuck. I just found this picture. I thought it was pretty cool. You guys know where this is?
It looks like Hawaii.
It's Waikiki.
Okay.
I see it.
Okay, I'm going to show you what Waikiki looks like now.
Oh God, should I brace myself?
Oh boy.
Brace yourself. Okay. Right. All right, give me a second. I didn't have this ready. Just thought of doing this for entertainment purposes. I'm going to keep the entertainment factor at least 80%. I'm going to show the same. Yeah. This is a good one. Right here.
The same shot of the bay? Okay.
Oh,
yeah, the shot of the bay, the same shot of the bay. Is the image still on?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's just show it to you. I'll just show it. So this would probably be the best depiction of, look at that. I even put that wrong. Hold on, sorry. So this is what it looks like now.
Oh, wow.
So that's Kapiolani Park.
Right.
And, I've been to all these hotels. I used to be a member of the Waikiki Yacht Club. Long time. But anyway, it's just, this is fake sand, by the way. They have to bring the sand in somewhere else because it's actually all gone.
Yeah, it's all been rotted away.
That's a picture you don't want to show to everybody. Oh my God. Look who's talking, right? That's such a shithead. Okay. Anyway, let's get out of here. All right. So The reason why I bring that up is because to create the village that we want to, or to create this, what we're going to do is I don't think we should put it, I don't know if I want to reach out to corporations. I don't want to reach out to some guy that's going to get his name as a council member on a picture of a magazine or a newspaper. I don't want to reach out to a politician. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if I even want to go Green Party. But
I'd definitely keep the parties out of it. Like, I'd definitely keep corporations, like maybe local businesses, you know what I'm saying? Something that's a part of the community, so that way it would build up like your own like local economy. But
small business, not like fucking Walmart or
mom and pop.
Mom and pop, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Did somebody tonight say that Walmart or Sears is closing? Sears and Kmart, I guess they merged. I don't remember. I think they did.
They're closing about
43 stores.
Yep.
That's a lot of freaking people.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, everybody, have a good night. I need to get up early for work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I should go too. Bye, guys. Have a good evening.
Have a good night.
Yeah, I'm going to go pretty soon, but I just got to say, I wish that we had a better. I just don't like our odds, Stevie. This is what I'm talking about. What I was talking about earlier was very important. Is that we've got the collusion and the rigging and the fraud and the junk that the DNC does, and I don't think Jill Stein got a good call as far as polling, or she would have been in some of those debates. I think the whole system that we have right now is very bad, and I'm trying to think that there's a better way, or just everybody going green, but I don't even know if that's going to do much for us to change the two-party oligarchy, these two titans that are just killing everything. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, am I being? I want to keep fighting, but I'm just trying to figure out. You know, is it futile? You know, are we going to make any headway here? Do you think?
Yeah.
Oh. Come on, inspire me.
We've got. I mean, you know they're afraid, so you know we have something that we can do. We just got to figure out what it is, or else they wouldn't be afraid. Look at how much fear they have, and the more fear that they have, the more control they try to exert over us. And look at everything all these things that they have to do in order to keep people in check. And once that balance is upset, once you start unraveling a little bit of their power and chipping away at it, other people start to notice, and it starts catching on. So it's just a matter of just getting a little tear in that. You know, we just got to do it. And I think this is I like this idea. It's a really good idea. This is a great way to reach out to people. It's not about party. It's about people. So, and with that, I mean, and I'd like to know what kind of local parties there are, because there's other, third parties that are like here we have the Mountain Party, which is a variation of the Green Party. But like, are there any other states that have parties like that? Because, that's another good alternative.
There's actually the Progressive Party. Did I save this? I freaking did. Here it is. It's like exactly. It's almost identical to the Green Party, but I'll put it up right now. They're pretty. Actually, Kevin brought that up. I know. As blunt and as obnoxious or whatever he is, he's still fighting the same battle we are. That's the. See, look, all this stuff is almost identical. Power to the people, anti-oppression, supporting equality and diversity, equal rights for all human beings, equal justice for all, coalition and movement building rooted in solidarity organizing, economic democracy, and workers' rights, not right to work. And then they want me to join, of course. And then peace and anti-imperialism, sustainable environment, like Green New Deal, political, and I don't have my glasses, but political and economic independence. You know, it's some good stuff. Somebody brought that as, I just saved it as a tab in my saver things. We the people, justice, equality. Anyway, it's kind of moving. It looks pretty organized. But there's a bunch of them out there that are kind of similar. And I think we should get a coalition of whatever parties are hanging on out there and bring them together. You know,
or maybe start a new one, you know? I mean, if you have a group of people that you already have, I mean, you could just go ahead and label it with whatever you want, you know? Whatever it is in your community. I'm not sure about the specifics or if that would work or how it would work, but, you know.
Yeah, it's just, if you've got party after party after party popping up, we just don't have time. I don't know if we can survive 8 more years of the oligarchy that we have now. I don't think it's going to pan out for us. I don't think it's going to pan out for the rest of the world. You know, no, it's not. I just don't agree. I think the greed and the corruption and the control by the 1% who are just a bunch of narcissistic psychopaths have too much influence. And I always think that the Green Party is probably our only solution at this point. But only in the reason, as I said, to make them look. I don't think they're going to allow, because they're so big, because they're so fierce, and because they have so much money, they have so much power, they have so much influence. I don't really believe they are going to allow any third party to gain any ground. But if let's just say you did have Bernie movements for the Green Party, similar to that, you did have movements, rallies that were that large, and the polls were saying, oh, that's less than 5%, but there was more than 5% at every single freaking rally. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's just, we're up against so much. They've got all the ammunition in the world, and we don't. So we gotta try something. And I just think the Green Party right now is probably our last hope. You know, to get them to at least look, to get them to at least pay attention. You know, what the hell is that on my shoulder? You know, I said that earlier. You know, anyway, because if you try to start a new party right now, that's a lot of organizing in a short amount of time.
Well, what I'm saying is, it's like, because basically your idea would be something that we'd have to do in all these different communities. It would have to be something that we'd have to do all, and I'm not talking about just for president. I'm talking about like all this stuff that has to be done on a local level, you know? So it would be like more for your local government. So that's why I say, like, you know, if whatever, you know, you've already got that group of people already organized. They're helping each other out. They're doing, you know, being a part, they're being active. So all you have to do is go to them and say, hey, what do you want to do? Do you want to call yourselves this, or do you want to start, you know, just kind of talk to them and see which way. And I think that if that was happening across America, it wouldn't matter what they called themselves. It would be, they would see this in action. They would see the effect of, you know, hey, all these people are getting done what they want done, you know, without us, you know, and that right there would scare the hell out of them. But I get what you're saying about like starting a new party. Yes. I mean, that would be that. Yeah.
Do you know much about the Green Party? Does anybody here know much about the Green Party? Fly, do you know a lot about them or what they're about?
No.
Does the fly have any? Do you have much knowledge about the Green Party at all, Fly?
Yes, I did look them up quite a bit after the primary for the Democrats.
What do you think? Do you think they're viable, or do you think they've got a shot in hell?
In my opinion, I really, really want to see the Green Party become the strong party to the left, but I don't think it'll happen until 2024. I think that if you really want to see the Green Party grow, if you really want to see an opposition party grow, the Democrat Party has to fall. And I mean completely fall. If it completely falls, the Green Party will rise.
Yeah. It doesn't mean the Democratic Party's going away. They're still going to have their money. They're still going to have their super PACs. They're still going to have their lobbying bodies. They're going to still have Wall Street. They're still going to have Monsanto. They're still going to have fracking. They're going to have all the fucking money in the world, and they'll still have that big vault for everybody at the end of the rainbow.
The one thing they won't have, though,
is credibility.
And us.
Yeah, and us, right.
Yep.
I'm gonna have. I think if this movement moves, I want to tag it to the Green Party, only because they're the only people that I know would actually continue to help it move.
I'm gonna remain in the middle, and I'm going to hopefully see a stronger Green Party that can actually oppose the Republican Party.
Yeah, I like Fly's kind of spot on, man. You know, when it comes to his thinking, just stay in the center until, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
I'll support the Green Party all I can possibly support them. There has to be an opposition to the right. There has to be an opposition to the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Runaway Republicans is just as bad as runaway Democrats. So
yeah, they're from the same mold. They're born in the same cubicle or non-egg.
And
Do
Trump
I see
just destroyed both parties.
I have to agree with you, Cheryl.
Oh,
He
for
just
sure, Cheryl.
destroyed both. Hey,
The Republicans hate him.
do the Democrats realize 14 million Democrats are not Democrats anymore? I don't think they know that.
I don't think they care, Cheryl.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, they don't care.
Dang.
They think they're going to make you fear in 2018. They think they're going to make you fear in 2020. They think they're going to make you fear in 22. You can't fall prey to the fear.
Oh, hell no. I ain't falling for it with the Trump thing. Because my husband was falling for it. He's like, sure, but he don't do this. I'm like, calm down. Don't have a heart attack. They know what they were doing. They propped them up. Obama's involved in all this. They trying to take him out because they never thought he was going to win. Obama overseas letting the G7 know that he'll never become president. He'll never become president. He's president now.
Yep. If the Republicans hate him and the Democrats hate him and the media hates him and much of the population hates him, it may not be that bad.
I would say, the Republicans did not cheat him.
But Hillary did put her finger on the scales with $5 billion worth of free advertising.
Which didn't help.
It helped.
Yeah,
$5 billion to get Donald Trump as the Republican nominee. No other candidate in the Republican Party had a chance because Hillary gave him $5 billion in free media coverage.
Well, in the WikiLeaks, that's what they wanted to do. They wanted the media to prop them up.
Yes.
And they're still doing it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll show you the document. It's all right here. Hang on. It's this one right here that everybody's seen. I mean, I'll put it up, but hold on. This is the one that was circulated probably the most out of the Podesta files. And then I just put, when you have CNN, MSNBC, and all the other media outlets at your disposal, thrusting their chosen Pied Piper upon the stage. Then I put right here, Russia did not rig the primaries. The DNC did. No matter how hard these criminals are attempting to curb your ability to know that WikiLeaks has always been proven factual. And then here's the chosen few were Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, and Ben Carson. So they picked Donald Trump, who became the Trumpenstein. That's basically what happened. Because what happened in the movie Frankenstein? Frankenstein killed Peter von Frankenstein, and von Frankenstein created Frankenstein. And I always say that to a lot of people out there. I say, yeah. So that's what happened. Is she created him, she boosted him, she told the media to fucking go after this guy and make him the opponent, and then sure enough, he killed him.
So that has to make you.
Don't focus on Bernie Sanders.
That has to make you ask one question. If Hillary Clinton was not afraid of Donald Trump becoming the Republican nominee, why would anybody else be afraid of it?
So that's another point. No, I think the point is this where you're going with this, because this is something I kind of fiddled with, and I'll show you the thing I put out. It's a Trump letter. Whereas it's almost like he was, even if she lost, he was still going to appease her masters. Is that where you're getting to? Even if
that as well. But you have to remember, Hillary Clinton's daughter is also best friends with Donald Trump's daughter.
Yeah, Ivanka.
They're both from New York.
Yeah. Oh,
but I don't think that relationship is there anymore.
I don't believe it is either.
Yeah, they've been communicating. The Clintons and the Trumps have, and these are just pictures we've seen that have been brought to our attention. But these people have been hanging out and partying together for decades. They've been in the same for a long time with a lot of other 1%ers out there. So, I mean, I really don't believe that it's something that they really, really, really thought was going to be. I mean, I'm sure it was a freaking surprise and a half to Megyn Kelly and Rachel Maddow. Of course, they almost freaking their brains almost exploded, which I thought was the funniest thing I ever saw in my life. But as far as Hillary, I think she kind of almost. I'm sure she was devastated to a certain extent, but I think when it comes to the figurehead that's chosen, they're just going to run what they're told to run anyway.
I don't believe Trump has the power that a lot of people think that he has.
Yeah, I fully agree.
Everybody has always talked about how little power our president of the United States has, only being in charge of the military, the executive branch of government. Now we're supposed to believe that the president is all powerful and he is going to destroy our planet. We always hear both sides, but we don't think that we heard both sides when we're just listening to one side.
Right. That's what I said earlier.
You have the Clinton and Obama administration still there in Washington, and they running things. But I'm so glad that after Trump met Putin, I was so glad he was able to talk to that man. And they had a ceasefire in Syria, and you haven't heard a peep.
Yeah. Well, they'll find a way to start it back up. I think they'll find a way to start it back up.
I had one of my senators here quote it, but then tried to divert the attention back to how ridiculous Donald Trump is and something about his hair or something like that. It's like they couldn't let him just have that, like they couldn't let him have just like that one win. It's like they couldn't. I mean, if he does something that's good, let him have that. If he does something bad, call him out on it. But they want to make him a joke either way.
They act like children. They're acting like children. That's how I see it. When I switched to with my husband, he has these channels on MSNBC, and I'm like, why do you have these channels on, torturing yourself? That's propaganda. They sound like children. Everything still is about Russia and about Trump.
Yeah.
And his son. He did not do anything illegal. Not what any other former president did, or Barack Obama met with the same person. But then they try to make it look like it's illegal because it's Trump.
You know, this is I'm gonna throw this out here and put some money on it. That MSNBC and CNN, they're kind of pulling away from it. They're actually starting to challenge. If you've listened to their questions recently, and I've seen them on YouTube, as a few independent media sources have brought to my attention, which I kind of only watch, is that they're kind of asking the aggressive question that, do you have proof? You haven't had viable proof. And they've been asking that question to make it appear like they're on the unbiased side, but they've been pushing it just as much as MSNBC has been pushing it. But they're going to go down, both of them.
You have to remember whose hand is inside the cookie jar when it comes down to the mainstream media. Who still controls the mainstream media? Even Obama's, one of his last executive orders guaranteed them something like $150 million over the next 4 years.
Are you talking about Israel?
No.
Oh.
Clinton and Obama.
Oh, okay.
So they still do control the media. There was an executive order, I believe it was for $150 million at the end of his term as president.
Oh, lovely.
And that's to back up the media because they know the media is going down.
That's the backup.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so every time, what's weird is every time Saudi Arabia gets a big chunk of dough from us, some war breaks out somewhere or something. So when Trump, I'm going to show you, when Trump did this, I'll show you in a second. When Trump did this the other day, and then look what I wrote here. This is when he did it, 5/20/17. I put, maybe I should read this. Nah. And then the Arab Saudi, whatever his name is, what a effing moron. Hillary's fill-in. Our mercenaries, U.S. idiots. So every time I see a chunk of money like this, and I'm always thinking, these guys are going to go stage. I just think that's going to happen. It's like they're throwing money into the big Hollywood premiere of 9/11, right? Or something's going to happen. You know what I mean? That kind of money.
They don't buy our weapons in order to let them sit.
Exactly.
And
I have to agree.
Yemen, they have about 300,000 people have the cholera outbreak now.
That's a lot.
Yeah. And I heard that Israeli soldiers are bringing in ISIS when the ISIS is injured, they bring them to their hospitals to treat them, to put them back out there to fight.
Well, our CIA has been training ISIS in Jordan for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and you have Joe Manchin to thank for that Saudi arms deal. He was one of the 5 Democrats that got it approved. Yeah. I don't know why he hates poor people. He wants poor people to die so much. And he kills them here. And he says, if you want an opportunity, join the military so you can risk. I mean, it's like if you want a job, it has to be something that you're going to probably die in. Like that's his thing. Like he kill the poor, kill them all. And so, and he's a Democrat.
So crazy. Oh my gosh, it's so crazy. So I think. Oh, did you hear about that guy? I was going to talk about something else, but I don't know if it's new or if it's old. But I was watching, and I'm going to show you since I can show you stuff.
All right.
I know it's cool to have stuff I can show you. I mean, legal stuff. But anyway, so this guy got on. I don't know if this is old or recent, but what he did, it was a 79-year-old CIA agent, supposedly on his deathbed, and I'll just.
Oh, I saw that.
And
I saw that.
And he admits. I'll just stop it here. He confesses to WTC 7, World Trade Center. So.
And he called it a demolition, right, James?
Yeah. Executive CIA deathbed confesses we blew up the World Trade Center Building 7 on 9/11. He didn't. Go ahead.
I really think that both the towers was blown up because it wasn't fire coming out them buildings. It was a lot of smoke. And that building just went down like it was imploded for a new building to be put up.
Yeah, I sent all the proof and information to Snork, and all I have to say is there is definite, and I can't tell you what Snork said, but because Snork is somebody that has to be on the right side of things or the better side.
Yeah.
But I would say that he understood my information. That's all I have to say. He understood it.
Yeah. I just sent an article to Jenny, I believe, yesterday, and it was really interesting. Trying to think of the name of the agency that actually investigated investigated the towers coming down, and they pointed out that they brought the software model that they used only went to the point of possible falling down, didn't follow all the way through to where it should have followed all the way to the end when the towers hit the ground. Only to the point of collapse is what the agency actually went to.
Whoa.
Because you look at that building in Paris, that apartment building, you saw the flames going right through that whole building.
Yep. I think it's still standing.
You didn't see that in them towers 9/11. And I'm like, whoa, I can't believe them buildings collapsed. It's just dust coming down now.
Troxy got it. The agency was NIST, N-I-S-T.
M as in Mary, I, S as in Sam, T as in Tom.
N as in Nancy, I as in Indigo, S as in Steve, T as in Tom.
Does anybody remember this? They came out during after 9/11 happened. This website called Loose Change.
Luke King.
Yeah, they had a video out of the towers and someone was talking about it and what could have really happened. Yeah, that was a long time ago.
I have not seen that.
Yeah. Because then you had, I'll never forget, they interviewed a maintenance worker that worked in that building that survived. And he said, I heard explosions. And nobody else ever interviewed that man again in the tower. He said he heard explosions.
Yeah, there were a few people, and some were pegged as actors. Yeah, I mean, surely you guys, I'm telling you, there's just so much evidence. Like every year, it's just if you type in 9/11, and these aren't people from Afghanistan. These aren't people from Syria. These aren't people that are making these tapes or from Russia. These are Americans that are doing these investigations. These are people that are like ex-Navy Seabees and these other people that are like like the Architects Association that are claiming that there's just no effing way that could have happened. Blah 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 blah. It's bullshit. I mean, that whole thing was an inside job. There's no other way to look at all of the information. It's just, I had an argument with my ex about this. Well, 2 planes, flew into and knocked over the buildings. I'm like, there's a lot more than that. Sorry.
Yeah.
She because she gets her information from, Fox News and Fox News and Fox News, but this is what happens when you watch media. They pretty much tell you what they want you to know.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, there are a lot of questions. There's so many things that don't add up, and the fact that they didn't do like the real investigation. Cheney, was it Cheney? They got to testify behind closed doors, and nothing was like used or documented. I mean, it was so shady, everything that went on. And yeah, I mean, maybe it went down like it did, maybe it didn't, because but from what we're seeing, it wasn't what they're trying to tell us. And they have everything to gain and nothing to lose. I mean, what do they care if a couple thousand people die? What's that to them? They kill people all the time with their hideous bills and all this other stuff. So, so what if they all die at once? Like that's what I say. I mean, what reason do we have to believe them? They try to keep everything under wraps. There's nothing. And why the hell did Building 7 go down? I mean, there's so many questions, and they don't want the answers. And if you don't want the answers, that's because you probably already know what's going on behind the scenes, and you just don't want your ass to get caught.
And I saw an interview where somebody said there was shenanigans going on in that trade center the night before. It was a company that had some guard dogs. They would walk through with security. They weren't there. And they affiliated with the company was affiliated with Bush. One of his relatives was running this company, but they weren't there.
All right, here, watch this video. This is a good one. You're gonna love this one. And then I gotta go. But this is the best one. Okay, watch. Let me see if I get the sound up. Hold on.
A public interview on PBS in 2002, and he said that they pulled that building, which is a demolition term for intentionally bringing down a building. This man made over $5 billion from those buildings' destruction, and I want to know if there was ever a formal investigation into Larry Silverstein, the leaseholder of the World Trade Center complex, and his ties to this entire event.
I don't believe there's been a formal investigation. I haven't heard that. I don't know that. I do know that that wall, I remember, was in danger, and I think that they made a decision based on the danger that it had of destroying other things, that they did it in a controlled fashion. They did it in a controlled fashion. They did it in a controlled fashion.
And then now all of a sudden, we're
you guys get that?
That's actually the best.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
He actually says they had to bring down Building 7. They did it in a controlled fashion. He just said it.
So why would you have to bring down Building 7?
No,
and it came down in the same day.
It came down a few hours later. But it was, I think, one of those planes was supposed to hit that building as well. Which was it Flight 93 or which one was it?
Flight 93 was supposed to be up here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they went down in Philadelphia, right?
No, not Philly, but Pennsylvania somewhere.
Pennsylvania out in the bushes there. But I think that's, you guys, I'm sorry, but I'm really, really concerned about the safety of our country, the safety of the people, the safety of the planet. I think we have some serious criminals
In the government.
that have been colluding, and the new economy has nothing to do with building cars. It has nothing to do with making metal structures or anything. It's war, and that's the new economy. And if we don't get away from these people and what they're doing in the two-party oligarchy, we're dead. I don't think we have. Honestly, I don't believe we've got till 2014. 2024. I think something stupid is going to happen before that. You know, if we allow these people to continue,
I mean, you think about it, they can take dark money, and dark money can be from anyone, anywhere. I mean, if you've got all these people, I mean, who's to say that they could be totally bought off by another country that wants to sink us? So, you know, if they do whatever that their donors tell them to do. So, I mean, if another country tells us to do stuff, they buy us all up, then who owns us? You know?
Well, not for nothing. It's so bad you don't even need dark money anymore. I mean, they don't even need to hide it anymore. It's so bad. I mean, I'm sure they do at some point. By the way, hey, Stevie.
Oh, hey, I didn't know you were on here.
Yeah, I didn't even know you were here, bro. Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
I just came on. Came on. Yeah. And yes, I'm very excited. So I'll give you the details tomorrow, Stevie.
Okay, yeah, I've been meaning to get back to you on all that. Yeah.
No, that's fine. I mean, I've been working and union stuff and, you know, other things I'm working on, so that's cool. I was just like, yay, and, you know, riding the high on that for a while. I don't know if we're going to get the Paula Jane interview. I feel kind of lukewarm on that, but I know Lissa is anxious to talk, so that makes me happy. So,
well,
you know.
Thanks to Jake Smith and Karen Sheets, I'm going to the Mobilize 88 Summit, and she's going to be there. So I'm going to see if I can get an interview with her there.
All right. So, you know.
Are you going to interview Portia Bolger?
I'll interview anybody that I can, anybody that gives me the time.
I love Portia Bolger.
I got to start getting out there. I think I've got some good things to say. I'm definitely not. Stevie and I are pretty similar in personality. She's like, do this. You know, I think she's more of a go-getter than I am, for sure. But it's impressive, I'll tell you that. All right, guys.
Well,
I'm going to skedaddle. Good to see you. Aloha. Thank you. Thank you guys for letting me be a part of the show. Hopefully things will mend in the future if feelings get hurt. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, James. Aloha.
Bye, James.
Aloha.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Well, I talked.
Huh. Did anybody see the article a few days ago by David Sirota in IBT about an interview with, I forget his first name, Buck? He was a Republican politician. Ken Buck or something?
No, I didn't see that. I might have saw a clip he posted on Twitter or something.
Yeah, he posted a link to it on Twitter, and that's where I went to it from. And he interviewed a Republican congressman, and he was saying in this interview that, you know, he doesn't approve of like what Trump's doing because they're openly accepting, you know, like dark money and at the time of a vote, you know, and that's so wrong compared to, you know, like if big money gives you donations when you're running for office, that's good money, you know. So it's like, okay, it's okay to take a corporate bribe before they, you know, actually work on the legislation, but it's not okay to take it during because it's way too obvious, you know. But
I don't understand openly taking dark money. I mean, dark money is supposed to be money that's, you know, that's hidden or kind of like behind the scenes. So how as I said, it's so bad that you don't even really have to. You don't really have to. You can be completely open about it. Yeah, I'm doing it. So I mean, I don't know. I heard David Sirota did an interview, but I didn't see the specifics on it. I got to take a look at it. I know Trump was talking about, other than the stupid crap with his, he was going to go with his son-in-law to the meeting or some bullshit. He was talking about money and donations and stuff too. But I didn't really pay that much attention to it.
Yeah, he's saying, campaign. Oh, go ahead, Cheryl.
Did anybody read that book? I can't remember the author's name. She has a book called Dark Money. She did years of research before she wrote
I'm reading it now. I'm reading it now.
And I got to get that book and read it myself. And the Koch brothers had people following her. Now.
I wouldn't be surprised. What?
Yeah, in fact, what I was saying
what's her
ties
name?
back to the Koch
Jane
brothers.
Meyer.
Yeah,
Jane
that's
Meyer.
it. Jane Meyer.
But this ties back to the Koch brothers because he's saying the only way to fix this. Oh, and he also said it's great that Trump's bringing so many billionaires in because they know how to deal with things. But he's saying the only way to fix this and get it back to not taking donations while you're voting on something, so and get it just so you get them as campaign donations is to call for a constitutional convention. And when I saw that he said that, it was like everything perked up because that's what the Koch brothers are for.
Right.
And he did get donations from the Koch brothers, the same guy that's saying this.
Okay. Well, yeah, that makes sense. They've been pushing for a constitutional convention for a while. They've been pushing that for a while. Now, I was thinking about this. First off, I'm through the first chapter of Dark Money. Eventually, when I finish it, surely you can borrow it, no problem. But
is it good so far?
It's depressing.
I know it's depressing.
It explains a lot. What I would do, if you go on YouTube, just search for Bernie Sanders, Koch brothers, 2014. There is a Senate floor talk where Bernie talks about it, and it's about 15 minutes. It basically goes through the basics of what Jane Meyer is talking about in Dark Money. Now, obviously, it doesn't go through the whole thing, and there's some real specific stuff in there. I mean, Betsy DeVos is basically a Christmas present for all the people who were part of the Dark Money process since 1980. Her dad was part of that elite group, so that was that a cabinet position was a gift to him. So his daughter was a gift to him. You'll see a lot of these names pop up, where you're like, oh yeah, or Comey's in there, of course. You'll see all these names pop
with
up.
the Clinton Foundation.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, especially you look at New York. New York is all about, how much money can you raise? Kristen Gillibrand, how much money can she raise? Cory Booker, how much money can he raise? And good God, I mean, you talk about corruption. I know you guys were talking about it before, I'm sure. West Virginia, those, crooked sons of bitches in there. The governor and Manchin, they're basically robber barons. They're just robber barons. That's all they are.
Oh, Bill Cole, and he used to be the senator here. His Koch brothers told him if he passed right to work, that they would fund his run for governor, and he did, and they did. I mean, they might be shady, but at least, hey, they kept their word,
Well, that's actually one of the questions I would have for Paula Jean is about right to work, because that's one of my pet, that's one of my pet peeves. That's one of the things that I want, that I want reformed in every single state, because it's a union killing bill, or it's a union killing law. So that's one thing that I'm totally against. I'm for collective bargaining, and I'm for strengthening unions. The $15 minimum wage means absolutely nothing if you don't have strong unions to back stuff up.
Mm-hmm. But even if you get that $15 minimum wage, they still got these robots they want to put in and replace the people. That's why we got those what's that? The express checkout counters. I thought they were cool, and I'm thinking, after I thought about it, I was like, why would they have this here? They could get rid of
Yeah, I don't use them for that very reason.
I'm gonna stop using them now.
Plus, I don't like them anyway. I think it's stupid because you have a person that have to stand there to show you how to use the thing that's trying to save money. And you have somebody to show you how to use this stupid thing. So I think it's kind of pointless anyway. But and listen, industrialization will happen, but there are certain things that will never be industrialized. Completely. I don't see robot letter carriers. I don't see robot surgeons, because that takes deep thought and skill and motor skills. I don't see police officer robots. I hope to God not. I know I've seen it in futuristic movies, or firemen or things of that nature. But very basic. Amazon. I don't know how industrialized it is, but I know that a large percentage are just those little robots moving stuff from place to place. So,
that's ran by the CIA.
Well, Richard Wolff has an excellent video where he talks about automation, and I'll find the link and post it. But
cool.
He talks about it as a way that they need to incorporate it as a way to make workers' lives easier, not to just absolutely replace the worker. So, like where you put in a robot, it should cut down the hours of that person to where they have more time to spend with their family, or things like that. I forget everything, but I'll find the link and I'll post it. It was really good, really, really good.
All right. Well, look, I gotta leave. I might come back in like a half hour, but I have a couple questions for you, Stevie, before I go. Number one, just when you interview Lissa, just let me know what you asked so I can either build on it or kind of go in different directions, so that I can build on whatever you said. I do have some questions for her in my head. I'm kind of the outsider and you're the insider, so I'm more of a past the state kind of thing, and I'm sure you're worried more, or you're going to ask more West Virginia stuff, and I might be a little broader, but
I think that's a good perspective, Rob.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted the Paula Jean, because she's going to be a senator, and I figured I do broader questions, and I was almost going to I kind of figured out what I was doing. I was going to kind of piggyback on the Young Turks interview, to be honest with you. It was I saw exactly what I was doing. I realized I was like, wait a minute, this is basically I'm asking her questions to volley the BS answers that Manchin gave in that PYT interview, but we'll see where that goes. Hopefully, I'd love to be able to do it. I don't know, I don't know how your schedule would work. I know it would be in a couple of weeks, like probably Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, and 2 weeks from there. but you know, I'll let you know how it goes, and you know, see if she. I don't know if she's even going to do it, because I'm pretty small potatoes. Once they realize it.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm going to try to do it there, where she'll probably have a bunch of other people trying to interview her.
Right.
They usually are open to that. So whatever questions you have for Paula, just email them. So I'll make sure to get them in. If I get to talk to her, you know. But I'm going to keep trying for it. We'll wear her down, or her PR person, whoever it is.
Yeah, I can't remember the name, but yeah, I will give you my questions, and if she answers the questions that I have, I'm not going to freaking re-ask them.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem, and it saves me some time, because I'm going to Kentucky. I don't know, I got to kind of like go all the way up north, I think, and then and then go to wherever she is. So it might, I'm actually, as I said, I'm pretty excited about talking to Alyssa Lucas. But as far as, I don't know, I kind of got lukewarm as soon as she said I had to talk to her PR person.
Yeah.
But anyway, I got to go because I got to clock out. But I'll talk to you later.
Right.
All right?
Talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Silence. Really silent.
I had to mute. My son is like screeching in the background.
Does no one care that they're ruining Doctor Who?
Oh, what are they doing with Doctor Who now? I didn't even get to see this last season. Oh, man.
The new Doctor is going to be a woman, and I hate the idea because for like 1,000 reasons.
Oh, man. See, like, I know, like, okay. I think it would make sense, like, if it made sense to the storyline, yeah. But I feel like they're just, because, they listen to Tumblr and all that crap, and I'm pretty sure that it's probably just a move just to see equality, and we have everybody here. We have our black and white and Asian person. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're
wait,
kind of forced.
I'm not Asian.
Huh?
Hey,
I'm just kidding.
Huh? I was like, what?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so, yeah. I hate it when they try to force it. When it's natural, it's like, yeah, okay, it makes sense. But, like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? The
thing is, I mean, they have decades of the Doctor, and in my mind, it's a male character, and this isn't like a transgender thing. It's like, it's just a PC move, I mean, it's not like he's had some urge, that he's felt inside that he's a woman all along or something, but,
yeah, that's the thing. Like, they make it sound like it's something like, oh, well, today, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that that's how it works. Like, there's some people that feel that way and that's how they identify, but I don't think it's something like that's so back and forth, like, that you can just, like, today I feel like this, and, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, but I'm wildly uninformed on that stuff.
How do you think that's going to fly with that first female as Doctor Who? Because I remember that series well.
I know. I hate it. I hate that what they're doing. I think the Doctor is a male. That's the way he registers with me. I mean, decades of Doctor Who as a male, and it's going to be just a completely, totally different kind of character. I mean, they change, he changes who he is, like every regeneration, but, that's kind of jumping the shark. And they did it with the Master. They did it with the Master, his, one of his primary enemies, and turned him into Missy, and I think she was just annoying as all get out.
And how did that go, the Master?
Well, some people liked it, and then some like me feel, didn't like her at all. I mean, I don't even like the way they did the Master before. I mean, he used to be like this genius criminal mastermind, and then they had John Simmons, and he was like this whiny psychopath. And then they took it further and made it into some, sort of ditzy, prissy, Missy.
I think
Yeah.
Hollywood is running out of ideas. They're running and remaking old stuff or changing things. Like they remade that Baywatch movie. Boy, that Baywatch movie was a flop in the theater. Some things you just don't touch. And like when they redid The Honeymooners, it had a black cast. When I saw that, I said, "Oh, I don't even want to see that. It's not going to make money because all I see is Jackie Gleason and the other actor. I'm just used to seeing them."
I know.
Yeah, that's why they're remaking everything, because they don't have any more ideas. They're done.
They don't.
Nothing original anymore.
Yeah. Well, it could be that. It could just be like they're just lazy and they just like, whatever. We'll just churn out another one. They got a formula that they stick to.
Only remake I saw that was made in Hollywood, and that was years ago, and that was that movie Final Analysis with Richard Gere and Kim Basinger. That was a good Alfred Hitchcock remake. That's the only one I saw.
And I didn't see that, but a couple of good remakes that were also years ago were when they redid The Thing. They had the 1950s Thing from Outer Space, or what was it, Thing?
Oh yeah.
And then they redid it in '79, and Invasion of the Body Snatchers was also the remake.
My grandbaby crawled like The Thing when she first started crawling. My husband was like, "Don't she crawl like The Thing?" I was like, "Oh, she does."
Oh dear. But yeah, I've been like all upset about this because I've watched Doctor Who forever, and it's just I'm just somebody who really is sort of a canon kind of person on things anyways. I don't like that at some point they changed Lois Lane's hair from black hair to brown, and I don't like that they've had a blonde Lana Lang in Superman movies, or Jimmy Olsen without red hair and freckles, and then I think in Supergirl, which I haven't even watched, they have a black Jimmy Olsen. I mean, red hair and freckles is his trademark, and so to me, I don't like changes in canon characters. If it's something newer and there's maybe one movie or something, okay, but if you have like something with years and years and years of history of something being one way, don't change it. Don't change the basics. So, even you've been wanting to say something and we've been talking. Or maybe not.
Yeah, like that's what I would say that about the Doctor. Like, it just seems so forced. Like he's never, it's never been something that he's ever done or whatever. Like it just doesn't seem like it's within the storyline of like his character. So like they're just trying to force it for that sake, and it ruins the story when you do stuff like that.
I know. Well, they've been laying it down. It's like in the last couple seasons, they did have a general from Gallifrey, his home planet, who changed from a male to a female. That's fine. He's not a main character, so you're not like messing with a character who's central to the whole story and making a major change. But then they did, Master to Missy, and I just knew that was leading up to them doing this, and I was dreading, hit the knot in my stomach that they were going to do that.
How long has it been on?
How long has what?
Doctor Who.
Doctor Who, I think, started in '61, I think. Ooh, yeah, I remember seeing that as a kid.
Yeah,
binge watching the whole series.
Yeah, so it's been around a long time. There was a break in between, and then they rebooted it. For a few years, there was a break, and then they rebooted it to the new series, which is different. I mean, it had a lot more about personal relationships and stuff than the old one did, but it's basically been around for the past, 50, 60 years.
Because I remember this one from the '60s. Wasn't it a guy with a curly, long hair, shoulder-length hair, dark hair?
Tom Baker? Tom Baker, the one who wore the scarf.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite Doctor. So, and then David Tennant from the new ones. I like David Tennant, but for the old ones, Tom Baker is my favorite. And his
Oh, I
Jelly
love David Tennant. He was one of my favorites. And I don't know. Have any of y'all read the Dark Tower series with by Stephen King?
Yeah, long
I
time.
did a while back. Yeah.
Middle school.
Except for the last couple books I didn't get, but I read through the rest of it.
See, that's why I'm a little wary of what they're doing with the movie, because the whole thing with Roland was, he was the spaghetti western Clint Eastwood, and now they got Matthew McConaughey as what was his name? Flag, I think. And then I forget who the character who's playing Roland now. God. But yeah, I wonder how they're probably going to make Roland into this hero, and it's they're not going to keep it canon at all.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of the King things get distorted, and you might like a book and then the movie's awful. And what I really find is a lot of the things that Stephen King has a hand in himself are the ones that are, as far as movies based on his books, are the ones people hate the most, because there's a lot of changes and they just don't carry over.
Yeah.
Are you guys watching Stephen King? He is a series on right now on Spike TV called The Mist. I love it.
Really?
Yes, I
Spice
love
TV?
it.
Spice?
What's
Spike
it called?
TV.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Spike TV. Come on Thursday nights. I think at 10 o'clock or 9.
Hopefully that come out.
It is good.
Really?
Yeah, I just heard about it. Haven't seen it yet.
It goes. I'm what episode I'm up to? No, I'm up to about 5 or 6 now. Yeah, but it's good. It's good. Because I watched The Walking Dead and things like that.
I never watched The Walking Dead before.
Oh, I love The Walking Dead. And then I got this new show that's going to come on NBC called Midnight Texas. It's something like The Walking Dead, but they like cowboys and stuff. One guy flies and he's a vampire. I'm like, oh crap, let me watch this too. Let's see what's going on.
It's based on stories by the same person who wrote the True Blood books.
Mm.
So,
I'm just sorry to hear George Romero died and Martin Landau.
I know. It was.
I love that movie, Night of the Living Dead. I watch it every time it come on TV. I hated they remade that movie too. It was horrible.
Yeah, they've done like 3 or 4 remakes. It was a Night of the Living Dead 3D, and I don't know, there's been a couple others, and then all the sequels. But yeah, the original is my favorite horror movie of all time.
Oh, I hear that guy. They're gonna get you, Martha.
I can't believe they did a remake of Point Blank. Why would you even attempt that? It was such a good movie. It doesn't even need a remake.
Remake of who?
Point
Blank.
The original was with
horrible.
Keanu Reeves and what's his name?
And Patrick Swayze.
Patrick Swayze, yeah.
You can't remake that.
Also, Dirty Dancing. Didn't they do a remake of Dirty Dancing?
Yeah.
Yes, they did that too. And that was a
That's
flop.
one of my favorite remakes ever made.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I could have lived without the first Dirty Dancing, so.
No,
Hey.
I love the first Dirty Dancing.
Dirty Dancing is one of the movies that I love that I'm ashamed of loving.
I loved it.
My ex loved it. That's the only reason I ended up seeing it.
Yeah. I mean, it was.
I could watch that again and again and again.
They had good chemistry. You know, I don't know.
And Patrick
It's funny in a way too.
Dancer, Ebon.
Well, I had a crush on Jennifer Grey too, so that was that. So.
You should be
Patrick Swayze. She messed up her career by getting her nose done, because she looked totally different.
Yeah, I liked her just the way she was, but
Yeah.
it's her body, so you can do what she wants.
Yeah, it's her body, but
What? So I'm glad that they didn't do a remake of Mary Poppins. They're actually making it Mary Poppins Returns.
oh, I'm glad too. You know what I hate that remake? Annie with a black cast. I'm like, what the hell are they doing? Leave that alone. That's Andrea McCardle with the red curly hair. Leave it alone.
I heard a rumor they're
Huh?
also making a remake of The Matrix. I thought.
No.
Ooh, no.
Yeah.
Leave it alone.
Exactly.
Leave it alone.
I mean, if they have to remake something, why not take movies that had a good idea and turned out to be a terrible movie and do something with it? If they really have to do a remake, instead of taking good movies that still hold up years later and trying to do it over.
I definitely agree with that.
Well, didn't they remake Mad Max? I didn't care for that.
I haven't seen it.
I don't know if it was a remake. It was just like the same character in a way, in kind of the same world, but not like a remake of any of the originals.
Yeah.
It was weird. It's like a continuation in a way. But
Yeah. A remake of what?
Road Warrior, and then you had Mad Max, then you had Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome with Tina Turner in it.
I know. I progressively liked each Mad Max less. The first one was a masterpiece. The second one got a little corny. The third one was like total camp. They got away from the seriousness. And the fourth one was a train wreck.
Yeah.
I thought. All action from beginning to end. All action, but nothing about the character at all. It's just...
There's more about the other characters, really, than Mad Max.
Yeah, I hated it. I mean, I might watch it again just to see if I, sometimes first impressions, but, and Star Trek. The last Star Trek movie to me was awful, and I have loved Star Trek through my whole life. I've loved Star Trek. And
how many Star Treks is he going to make?
I don't know. There's a new series.
Never gonna end.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna end either.
I could see it going on, but that whole line that they're doing the movies is kind of a bust. The first one I fell asleep during, and I haven't watched it again yet. And the second one wasn't bad, but it was sort of a washout. They tried to cram Rathacon and Space together, and they kind of failed all the way around. And the thing that made Rathacon so good was that the characters had all these years of history.
Yeah.
And and what made it so emotional was like when Spock was dying, it was that Kirk and Spock have been together 20 years. They have this deep friendship bond, and you could feel the pain. They do it in this movie, and they kind of reverse it. Oh, it's Kirk dying and Spock, Spock going the revenge, but they've known each other for like a year, and they didn't even like each other. So it doesn't have any kind of impact like that. It was lazy.
Yeah. One of my favorite actually Star Trek movies is the Voyage Home, the fourth one. When
the whales.
Yeah.
I like them. All the old ones.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Who's going?
No, you go, Evan, because I guess I'm getting carried away with actually having a chance to do it.
Isn't it going to be a new Star Trek, like on TV, like a new TV series?
Yeah, I heard there is going to be. I haven't really looked much into it.
Yeah.
What's going to be a TV series?
It's just a new Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek Discovery. It was supposed to start in May, but now they're saying like October or something. And it's going to be on...
It's going to be on Sci-Fi?
It's going to be on CBS All Access, so I guess you're supposed to pay for it. Of course,
that's crazy, because there's a show on that station I want to watch, but I refuse to pay to watch it. And I forgot the name of the show, and I really wanted to see it because this was about attorneys, and it was just good because they let you see the first episode on CBS, but after that, I was like, what happened to it? I went to the next Sunday to look at it, and it's gone. And then I Google searched, and I was like, access online, pay to join. I'm like, well, I could forget that.
I remember. So TV shows, the one good remake that I did enjoy was Battlestar Galactica. I thought
yeah, that's great.
I like that.
Yeah, I never saw it until I bought it in December. I bought the box set. I ordered it from Amazon UK, and that's the first time I saw it, and yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, I think they kind of rushed the last 2 seasons, but it was still good.
Oh, I wanted to show you this. Oh, I don't know if you can see it. It's too far.
Dr. Who
Yeah.
Star.
Yep. It's like 12 feet long or something.
Jeez.
I crocheted that one time. Yeah. It's too long for even me to wear most of the time. I wear it anyway.
If I had a cam, I'd show you my Doctor Who scarf.
They made a continuation of MacGyver too. I love MacGyver, and then I think they did a remake recently, but it was MacGyver's son. I don't know.
Was it good?
I don't know.
I've seen a few episodes. It's okay.
I didn't bother watching it.
What was that end?
I've seen a few episodes. It's okay.
Is there anything? Is it kind of the same format? He just does chemistry / physics stuff to get out of situations. Okay.
Yeah. You got to see it, these few episodes. Just to see.
But they say that remake, the new show, Training Day from the movie with Denzel Washington and
Ethan Hawke.
Yeah, they said that's pretty good, that show, because my mother-in-law watched that. She said, I like that show. It's pretty good. I'm like, really? Because I ain't bothered watching it. I'm like, look, the movie was enough for me.
Yeah, it was a long movie. I think I was waiting for like stuff to happen, if I remember correctly.
Oh, the guy that's playing Roland, his name's Idris Elba, and I love him. He's such a good actor, but I'm like, I don't know, is he going to work in this? I just hope it works out because I freaking love those books. But Idris Elba.
What show Idris Elba playing in Stevie?
He's playing the gunslinger, Roland.
Yeah.
For the Dark Tower. Is it just gonna be the single movie? I feel like it's too short to just do one movie on the Dark Towers series.
Yeah, like that's something. I think HBO, like an HBO series like Game of Thrones, would have been perfect for that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be an HBO series?
No.
No, they're making it into a movie, but it would have been good because it's very complex. It was like 7 books. So I don't know. There's no way they could condense all that down into like one movie, but they probably will, and screw it up or whatever.
And it'll suck.
Well, I'm glad I didn't read the book, because a lot of movies I've read the book and saw the movie, I got pissed off because it didn't go the way I planned, because the book was something totally different.
I know. That's why I'd rather, if I read the book and then watch a movie, I'm always disappointed in the movie because they have to cut out a lot of it to fit it into the movie. So it's always a letdown. So I always read the book afterwards if I'm going to read it.
I do exactly the same thing because I know I'm going to like the book better.
I also get surprised in the movie.
Yeah. Oh, what are your thoughts about like TV shows and books or movies? They kind of diverge in their storyline a bit. I mean, they do that with The Walking Dead. They've been doing that with Game of Thrones. I like it because I feel like, they're switching some things up, but the original storyline.
I like the show Power.
There's a music.
Stars Network.
There's a musical group called. There's a musical group called The Art of Noise, and they had a policy of never playing it the same way twice. So if they did a recap album or whatever, they didn't want to rip off their people or their fans.
They still exist.
I don't know if they're still together or not, but
I remember them. They had that song Art of Noise.
Yeah, but they when they did a compilation album or whatever, they always gave their fans a new version.
like that group. That was back in the 80s.
Yeah, and the woman in the band is an exceptional composer, and she composes music for all kinds of things that you don't know that she's in. Everything from Opie's biggest hit. She did the piano for the backgrounds. She did things for Robin Williams movies, and it's just amazing when you see what she's done as just they bring her in to say, what can we add this to the song to make it more awesome? And she just helped so many other different artists. It's amazing.
All right, Snork, I have a question. Was that an Asian group?
They were British.
Oh, they were British. Okay.
They would often go to other countries to borrow performers to get a different sound. They did an entire album in Africa, but I really don't know their makeup other than that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I listen to that music. Matter of fact, I got it on my iTunes.
I'm still waiting for a good, like Angel saying, Dune remake. I still don't think they made a book adaptation any justice.
Dune might be better now with better special effects.
Yeah, I agree.
Although the ultimate was 2001, those special effects are still good.
Is that the one Sting played in?
Guy.
But there's no more Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah. Basically just make the same movie and put in the new CGI.
Yeah. What else? Are there any Norway-specific movies there, Troxney? Like a Norwaywood? I don't know.
Norwaywood? Well, there is actually one about... have you heard of one called Kon-Tiki?
Yeah, that was an old one from the 58, 56. That was a true story about the person that proved that it was possible to float in a reed boat from Ecuador to the Easter Island. Is that correct?
Oh, Thor Heyerdahl, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Thor Heyerdahl. Actually, you have
The book
is he
somewhere.
Canadian? Christopher Heyerdahl? He's a famous actor. He's related to this Thor Heyerdahl. So that's a funny fact. Anyway, they released this movie in 2012, and it's a Norwegian one. I'm not really good with Norwegian movies or TV series. But it's difficult, especially for foreigners to. I mean, Norwegian is easy to learn, but there are so many dialects. It's just crazy.
I see a chat. Ebon likes True Romance. That was a good movie.
Yeah, I liked it too.
There was a TV series that lasted three seasons, and it was a joint between the I can't remember which instrument in the E Street Band, Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. One of the players went to Norway and filmed a TV series, half in English, half in Norwegian, and it was fantastic. It's called Lilyhammer, and it was a gangster that wanted to hide in the least likely place he could think of that they would find him to come do a mob hit on him. So he moved to Lilyhammer, and I thought it was an excellent show.
Isn't it one of the gangsters from Sopranos or something? I haven't watched Sopranos.
Yeah, that's
so I
the
don't
guy
know.
that always wear the scarf with the E Street Band.
Yeah, he was with the E Street Band,
Yeah, he
but he
still is
sounds
with
like
them.
somebody from The Sopranos.
And what's awesome about that, Bruce Springsteen allowed his group members to do other things.
Bruce Springsteen appeared as a character in the third season. So it didn't just allow him, he helped. He wrote the music for the TV series, which would surprise me as well, because didn't sound like Bruce Springsteen music.
Bruce Springsteen, he loves Norway.
Oh, okay.
A lot. He has come here many times, and the Norwegians love him a lot as well.
Well, that might be where they got the idea for the show. But the language problem isn't much. It's subtitled for us Americans. It's real easy to pick up quickly, and they don't get into discussing anything really complicated. So it's nothing that after a few shows you start to get to the point where you don't need the subtitles so much for a lot of the words. Most TV shows only use 200-word vocabulary anyway.
Okay, so say some Norwegian for us then.
No, I couldn't. Let's see. Sounds something I completely forget. Like I said, listening to it is different than speaking. It's not that different. And
it's not a complicated language. I mean, the biggest difference is that the written language, it doesn't it's not pronounced.
Yeah, that really blows it for us.
That's you know, if you read something and you think it's pronounced one way, it won't be.
G's caught me with the most surprise.
So there's just actually, that's the deal with we invented a whole new written language.
Yeah,
because the difference was so huge between the oral and the written, and the new language is closer, both orally and written.
The Finnish don't sound at all like the rest of the Scandinavians.
They sound crazy. Okay. Yeah, the written language in Finland too. It's just wow. I have no idea how they're able to pronounce it.
When I was in Denmark, I didn't need to speak Danish at all. They spoke English better than I did. You just need like 3 or 4 words of Danish to get around as an American. If you can say talk, most of them smile or are happy for the rest of the day.
Well, it's actually for me as a Norwegian, it's sometimes easier if the Danish speak English rather than Danish, despite the Danish written language being almost the same as the Norwegian written language. Just minor differences, really.
Well, I think it's the youngest language in the world. Is that correct?
Don't know.
Well, I mean, it was officially made a new language. That doesn't mean the dialects weren't spoken before. But I believe it's 160 years old when the country split and became Norway.
Yeah, Norway it was formed in 1814.
If you were in Stephen King's Desperation and you heard talk, it wouldn't make anybody smile.
Hey, has anyone watched the movie The Accountant with Ben Affleck? I'm not a big Affleck person, but he did a damn good job in that movie.
It was basically a poor man's Batman that has autism.
Yes, that was awesome.
It was pretty good. I liked it.
Yeah.
What was this again?
The Accountant.
The Accountant.
If you just want to enjoy it for the autistic, or not the action, it's definitely good. The story was okay. I mean, they didn't really build too much, but I think it was just enough. And then the action, of course, compensated it. But I thought it was good.
Yes, it did.
My God, he sucks as Batman. I couldn't stand him.
Agreed.
I think he wasn't that bad, actually. There's been worse Batmans.
No, he was pretty good, because I don't really care for Ben Affleck. In that other movie he did, and it was called Gone, It was based on a book.
Yeah.
He did a good job in that
Gone
one.
Girl.
I was pissed. Yeah, Gone Girl. That was good.
Yeah.
I was shocked. Because I'm not a Ben Affleck fan. But I got to give him his props for those two movies.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't he in the Daredevil movie too? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, don't mention that movie.
What movie?
I'm not a big fan of Marvel and these comics, but I did like the Daredevil TV series.
Yeah, the TV series.
It was good.
Well, you watching the series
But not
now,
Ben
the Marvel comic?
What?
You watching the TV series now that come on ABC, the Marvel comic?
Which one?
ABC.
Yeah.
It comes on. Well, it's off. The series is over now, but
Yeah,
it's
there's
still
some-
coming on. It's Marvel something. It's dealing with comics. And it's a hit show because it's been renewed. It's still, I think it may be on the 3rd season on ABC.
All right. Superman. Who is your favorite Superman? For me, it's got to be.
My favorite Superman was the original.
I like the current
Reeves.
I like him a lot.
George Reeves?
George Reeves or Christopher Reeve. I love Christopher Reeve.
Yeah, I love Christopher Reeve. I like George Reeve, but I bought the whole series, and I don't know. It gets kind of dull and repetitive, and it's mostly about fighting gangsters, and so it's kind of boring. But
Your connection's off and on. That's Snork.
But Christopher Reeves was good too.
One of the stories I loved, because I love Robin Williams too, and they went to Juilliard School of Acting, and they were friends there.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
they met, and I think Christopher Reeves was really nice and inviting, and so shared his food because Robin Williams was always kind of hungry, not very rich. So when Christopher Reeves had that accident where he lost his movement because of the horseback riding, he was depressed. So Robin Williams came in, dressed like a doctor and telling him to bend over and stuff, all this stuff to make him laugh, and I thought that was cool. And it sucks.
But you know what? When Christopher Reeves got paralyzed, I never forget. It was a HBO movie he did. I can't remember the name of it. It was on years ago.
Anna Karenina? Karenina?
I'm not sure, but he played this guy that was married to somebody, and then he played like he was paralyzed. And then somebody stabbed him in his leg, and he acted like he didn't feel it. And then right after that, you hear about a year later, he falls off a horse and get paralyzed. So they say when the Superman series, something happens to the people that play the character.
Yeah. Oh man.
I'm not sure if any of them died a natural death, but I'm not sure.
So how do you guys like Deadpool? Because I hate it. It's just
you didn't like
I hate
it?
it with passion.
I thought it was funny. I've never read any comics with him, so I came to it fresh, and I don't know. I liked it.
It's gonna be a new one. They're gonna make us a second one.
Because I never got into Marvel comics at all, really.
Yeah, I don't think I met anyone who doesn't like it except myself.
Yeah, I like that.
Just
Only thing I watch comic is Walking Dead. I know that's a comic book thing. That's the only thing I watch.
Really? Wow. I've never seen an episode or nothing.
It's pretty good.
I've only seen up through the 4th or 5th season. Well, it was 2014. Because I don't have cable.
Man, that thing is good. My son stopped watching it. That character on there named Negan, he's something else.
I need to catch up. And there's that Fear the Walking Dead too, and I've never seen that at all.
I really don't care for that one. My aunt watches it. I tried watching it, but it just didn't do nothing for me because I'm like, they all supposed to meet up with the people in The Walking Dead after a while, but I just couldn't
No,
watch it.
I heard that they weren't going to do that. That they'll stay separate.
Oh, they not?
Yeah.
Uh,
Because they're also different times. There are different times. Like, Fear the Walking Dead is right during and right after the zombie apocalypse, and Walking Dead is just a couple months after, or weeks, I guess, or something like that. It just keeps moving forward further away.
well, I'm glad I didn't watch it.
Yeah, it's not that great. It's just filler until the regular Walking Dead comes on.
What about Z Nation or iZombie?
I didn't.
I watched this.
iZombie's actually funny.
Oh.
Yeah, I watched that one.
Best
First 2 seasons, I think.
best zombie movie. What's the best zombie movie you think?
And you don't watch
the original Night of the Living Dead.
Nah, Living Dead.
I am going to watch Night of the Living Dead for the first time and do a movie review. I was going to do it last night, but I got sucked into stuff. I haven't seen it. And then I heard George Romero died. I'm like, all right, I got to do it. Because Cat's a big fan. I was like, I got to do it.
Yeah.
You would love that movie. If it was to be in black and white, you saw like the guts and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I didn't notice that before. It was good.
Yeah,
all
they
I
did
can keep hearing this guy say, "They're gonna get you, Martha." That's at the grave
Well, don't say
site.
too much because I want to do a first impression.
Has anyone
you know,
watched that show, The Strain?
Yes, I love The Strain, and I still haven't seen yesterday's episode. The new season.
Oh God, you gotta watch it. It's really getting crazy for Forsaken.
Really? Yeah, I have to. I've waited for that show to come back. I mean, just as much as I waited for Game of Thrones.
But you know this is the final season. It's ending after this.
I know. So I don't know if they'll end it with everybody dying or with them finding some kind of cure and killing all the zombies or what they're gonna do. So
I don't know, but I'm loving this.
Yeah.
Wait, it's really the last season of Walking Dead?
No, of The Strain.
Oh, The Strain. Oh, I haven't seen that.
I like The Strain.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is.
Never heard of it.
In all honesty.
It's like another Walking Dead show.
No, it's
But
like
it's-
a combination
But
of.
it's different that a virus broke out in New York City and kind of wiped it out.
Oh
And
yeah,
the
I need to
people
watch that.
turn. And the people turn.
I just need to look out my window for that. I mean,
The Strigoi. They're like vampires and they're sort of like zombies. It's sort of like
No, not zombies.
Little
Like
baby.
parasite vampire, something like that.
And then you have a good one and you have a bad one. But for Forsaken, you got to watch it, the episode from last night, from Sunday, I mean.
Yeah, I didn't get time. I just caught up on the Game of Thrones episode, and then I saw, that Eben was starting the show, so I never caught up on the Strain episode.
I gotta say about, and I won't say much about Game of Thrones because I don't know if anybody hasn't seen it or whatever, and I don't want to get crazy with it. But I gotta say, I was watching it, and when I watch a show, and then I look at the clock, and it's like 10:02, and it felt like it was like 10 minutes, I know it's a good show. So there were a couple things I was confused about, but for the most part, they did a pretty good job with this first show of the season. Now, how many episodes of Game of Thrones is it going to be? I heard it was only going to be 6.
Yeah, I heard 7 or 8, but some of them are going to be like extra long episodes, and then there's one more
Like
season.
2 hours or something?
Yeah,
Is
something.
it, and this is the last season?
No, there's one more season, but that's also a short season.
Yeah, 2 short seasons.
But can I ask everyone, what season is this on? Because I never watched it. People kept telling me you need to watch it because you're the type of person that will watch it.
Yeah.
And I never watched it.
I think you'd like it, Shirley.
Yeah, I think so too. This is season 7 starting, but there's only 10 episodes in the season, so it's not that bad. They're kind of short seasons anyways.
It's pretty hard to like, binge watch Game of Thrones. You have to, you can get through it in a couple of months, I think, but you can't just like power watch it. Your head will explode. It's very, very dense in each episode. If you really want to follow everything. I mean, that's, and even I've known what's going on, and even this episode, I was like, what the hell is that? Why is he staring into the fire? I don't know. Whatever,
And I want to talk about it. I know probably not good because some people don't, and I don't want any spoilers.
Exactly.
But
spoilers.
The great thing
It's another show I want to watch called Queen of the South. I saw it was coming on, but I missed when it came on. My son watched it, my mother-in-law watched it, my daughter watched it, and they say it's really good. I think it come on USA.
Queen of the South?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm waiting for Westworld. I'm waiting for Ballers. Those are the two
I want to
shows
see
I'm
that
really
Westworld. I want to know how they're going
on 4K. They're going to release it on 4K. I can't believe it.
Outcast. Anybody watch?
When I think of Westworld, I think of Yul Brynner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stranger Things was also really good. If you haven't seen Stranger Things.
Yeah, Stranger Things was fun. That's going to be back October 27th, I think.
Yeah.
They just announced that recently.
It's kind of like Stand By Me in a way. It had that feel to it, mixed in with. I wrote about it before, but yeah, it's definitely good. I think people. If you haven't seen it, it's one of the good shows. Just like Westworld, I thought was really good shows. Like you would binge watch it. If there's a show that you'd want to binge watch, I think, those are it.
Westworld, yeah, you can binge watch Westworld, and the first season of House of Cards, you could do it with that too.
Yeah.
You can get through House of Cards. I don't know about the later seasons, but first season you can do it.
Yeah, Westworld. Actually, I did binge watch Westworld, and now I'm hanging, waiting for the next season.
But do you think they're just gonna have it? Like, how do they make a second season? Is it? I just don't see where it goes from here.
Well, it's kind of. They've already talked about it. It's kind of like the aftermath of what happened, and now you're going to start seeing the the uprising. Let's just put it that way. I don't want to get too much into it because some people haven't seen it.
Yeah.
You're basically going from what happened in the final episode.
Okay.
And going from there, and they're also going to introduce a couple new worlds too.
Yeah, it kind of.
It's going to be Westworld. It's going to be Samurai World and a couple other worlds too, supposedly.
They kind of hinted at it at one of the scenes. I think it was the last episode. Yeah.
Right.
Did Westworld start already?
Oh, there's a whole season already.
Oh my goodness, I missed that one.
Just the first season, though.
Yeah.
Just the first season.
And don't worry, because the second season isn't coming in 2 years.
What did that come on HBO, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they.
Westworld, I think, is Amazon Prime, isn't it?
I don't remember.
Probably for you, it is.
But yeah, the sequel isn't coming out for another 2 years, so you have time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody watch
James,
Outcast?
Wait a minute, guys. James is trying to talk, but you can't hear him. He's talking, but you can't hear him.
James isn't there.
He's He's trying. David is on, but he's trying to talk, but we can't hear him. I don't know if something wrong with his mic or something.
Well, something's wrong with him because he's not on here.
Really? I see his
Yeah, he's not on here.
His Hawaiian spirit is trying to reach us.
I think your feed might be behind. Your YouTube feed might not be up like live.
Oh, okay.
Might be in the East world.
Anyway, have any of you seen Hell on Wheels? I find that it is a bit underrated, but I really like it.
It was real good.
Which is that?
Hell on Wheels.
Hell on Wheels.
Hell on Wheels. Okay. Has
I
anybody
wish I
been
would have
watching?
gotten. I wish I would have gotten to that show, but I didn't.
Oh, it's 5 seasons.
You know, you can always get through it. It's always a problem trying. A lot of times they try to catch up. You try to catch up, but then you have to like pay for it because everybody knows that they know when people are trying to catch up to a new season, so they catch you, and make you have to pay for it.
Yeah.
If you're like really want to watch it, sometimes. Has anybody been watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I kind of dropped off after the second or third season.
Same here.
That's it. That's the Marvel thing I was talking about. Telling whatchamacallit, that's on ABC.
Yeah.
Marvel Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's it.
That one, and I watched Suits for a while, and I dropped off on that one too. Like,
My daughter watched that. She said, "Oh, that's really good." I said, "I never watched it. I saw the previews, but."
It's okay. I mean, there was kind of a jump the shark moment, which I won't go into. So I was like, whatever. There was tension about, is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? And then it happened, and then it was resolved, and there was no tension to the show. So it's like, whatever. So, I mean, I like the actors and everything, but I don't know. It to me, it's kind of run its course. So, but I did like Suits for a while, but it was just tension, like going in a circle and going in a circle and going in a circle, and it couldn't go anywhere because you had to resolve it, and then it got resolved, and then it was like, oh, okay, it's resolved. And they should have ended the show already, but they didn't. So, whatever.
Did anyone watch Blacklist? I love that show.
God, I tried to watch that show, and it was like, I think I watched the one episode after the Super Bowl or something. I was like, bleh. And it was like him and Ron Perlman, I think. I was just like,
I love that show.
I don't like Blacklist.
Awesome. I love James Spader.
I like James Spader too, but it was just like, I don't know. It didn't do anything for me.
This role is not. I don't, and it's pretty popular. I don't know how it keeps getting renewed. I don't like it because that replaced Revolution on NBC.
Okay.
I like that a lot, but they canceled.
I just want to take a moment to recognize that Bones is still on TV. How is that still a show? How is it? I mean, I loved it at first, Bones. It's like, what is it, like the 20th season? Like, oh my gosh, like their kid is already like grown up and in college. Like, how is this still a show?
But wait a minute, I think they finished the show this year because I remember the actor David Boreanaz. His father is was the weathercaster here in Philadelphia, which is retired. He played on the last episode for the season period. So I think they're done with that
I think it is the final season, but after Sweets, that whole thing, I was like, oh, I'm done. After you have a major good guy turn bad, I was just like, all right, no, I can't do it.
Don't worry,
it went on and
they'll spin it off.
On and on. What's that?
There'll be a spin-off. Don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah. Well, good for them. I liked it at the beginning, and Kathy Reichs is a great writer, but I was just like, again, it ran its course. Like
That's why
years ago.
I stuck with it for so long because it was good. But then I was like, okay, can we? Then I started watching it just for the end, and I'm like, wait, as long as I keep watching it, they're never going to end it. So I quit watching it altogether.
Right. That's like CSI and Law and Order. CSI Traffic Court. It's like how many damn things do you want to do? For God's sake.
It made like a CSI.
Law and Order.
CSI,
like come on.
I'm pissed off. They canceled my show, 24 Legacy.
Oh, they canceled it?
Oh, they canceled it? Oh, thank God.
Damn show. I was into that show.
Really?
They canceled it.
I'm actually surprised.
They canceled. I didn't think they was going to cancel it because the guy that played the lead role, he played in that movie Straight Outta Compton. I thought he did pretty good, and they were getting good ratings.
That actually surprises me.
They canceled the show. I'm pissed.
Let's go.
Well,
let's go pick it.
Put a petition in. It helps. It works sometimes. It worked with Chuck and Cagney and Lacey.
I was watching it on Netflix.
I love Chuck. I really did. I thought the ending was stupid, but yeah.
Most endings are stupid.
My God.
It was a stupid show. I know that, but I did really like it. I can't explain why. It was one of my guilty pleasures.
Shows, was it Ted? Something. I forgot.
Ted?
Yeah.
Oh, Ted. That was
the movie.
Ted
the movie.
A TV show. Wait a second. Let me look it up. I don't even know if it's called Ted or something. Ted.
Ellen's wife was on there. She was. That was a good show.
Yeah. Better Off Ted. Yeah, I think it was like one season.
Yeah. Oh, and Pushing Daisies and Dead Like Me, like those were so good, and they only lasted 2 seasons. But at least they did like a follow-up movie with Dead Like Me.
Oh, they
I
did?
didn't really understand Pushing Daisies why it went off so quick. And then you had 6 Feet Under that lasted forever.
What about Carnivale?
That's like they canceled my show Nashville on ABC, but now TMT has it.
They moved the net. Oh yeah.
I love Nashville. I love the music.
Damn. I hate to see your DVR. You probably had like 1,000 years of shows.
What about Full House?
Oh God! Oh,
they just canceled that stupid thing.
About to make me throw up. Oh my God!
Did anybody watch Carnivale? That went for 2 seasons. It was supposed to originally go for 5, I think.
Carnivale? Is that HBO?
Yeah, it was either HBO or Showtime. I forget.
Yeah, I caught a few episodes of that. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I loved that show, and it's canceled. Yeah, and I'm still hoping, even though it's been like 10 years or something, I still kind of wish they'd bring it back.
Did anyone watch that show on HBO? I loved it. Big Lies, Little Lies. It was what's her name? Oh gosh, she married to that cowboy singer. I'm trying to think. That was good. They had a lot. They had basically a star cast in this show. Shailene Woodley was in it. I forgot the other actress' name. I'm trying to remember. She played in Desperate Housewives before. She was in it. It was really good. It was called Big Lies, Little Lies. Everyone in that town had a secret because somebody got murdered.
Huh. Oh,
and that was on HBO.
You're not talking about that thing with you are talking about that thing with Reese Witherspoon and
Yes.
right?
Yes, Reese Witherspoon. I couldn't think of her name because Reese Witherspoon and the other actresses. I know Shailene Woodley was in there too.
Yeah.
That was good.
You know, I watched the first episode and then I just couldn't do it because just because of the schedule. What about you guys? Remember Eureka?
Yeah, actually, I've been sort of working through episodes I have on my computer.
Yeah, I like that.
It's
I freaking love
light.
that show.
Yeah. It's kind of light, not deep dark
Right.
serious, but when you've had it with everything being dark, it's a good break.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up with that? So,
Oh, that's on Sci-Fi.
Yeah, it's sci-fi. I mean, it gets a little dark, but
I never checked it out yet. I need to start checking it out.
Okay, so nobody has watched Outcast or Preacher?
I watched Outcast, but Preacher, it just seemed like, senseless violence to me, so I just couldn't.
I don't know. I think it's kind of.
I think
as it goes along, it's getting kind of better. Outcast, I really, really like.
Outcast?
For
what?
Where they think they're possessed by demons, people in the town, but it's really like some kind of alien, I'm presuming, and it's like he has the power to like get them out of the body, but it's also they take some kind of energy from him, and they really haven't totally revealed what it really is, what's really going on, but it's really good.
I like the atmosphere, and the music and all that.
Yeah, I actually found a couple of things I liked in music through there.
Has anyone watched Billions?
No.
again, I tried to watch the first episode. I was like, whatever.
That's good.
when
good.
the first scene is what it was with Paul Giamatti, I was like, I don't know.
And then you got this a comedy on that comes with Showtime called Shameless. Oh, I love that comedy.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I
I
don't
love
watch
that guy. I can't
science fiction.
I can't remember his name right this way. Well, William H. Macy. I love William H. Macy. I was like, I don't know. I couldn't really do it. It's like, how corrupt and nuts can I get? I don't know. It's just like, all right. But I have to say my favorite TV writer of all time is probably Aaron Sorkin. So anything that Aaron Sorkin does, I'll probably eat up. The Newsroom I loved. West Wing is probably my favorite show of all time. So I actually liked Sunset 30 on the Sunset Strip, or Sunset whatever, Studio 30 on the Sunset Strip. But I understand why they had to cancel it, but I actually like that show. I don't know. I'm just a Sorkin fan, but the problem with Sorkin is that he tends to recycle all of his themes and a lot of his phrases and stuff. So if you see one show, you tend to see a lot of them. But I love the Newsroom. I love that, and I love West Wing. Probably my two favorite shows of all time. Gotta say.
But
nobody mentioned Boardwalk Empire.
Oh, I love that show. I'm so mad it's gone. Oh my God. I love that show.
You know what? It was really, really well written, but those guys are bastards.
That was a good show. And
Yeah.
and I can't remember the character's name now. It's been so long. With his mother.
Chalky?
His mother's who?
Who's that?
What his name was?
You mean
Yes,
Chalky White?
wild fights on there.
Yes. His mother's sleeping with him. She messed him up.
Oh, Jimmy Dormady.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Jimmy
That's
Dormady.
him. Jimmy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That guy is an amazing actor. And the guy who played Harold, was fantastic. You know, the guy with the mask for a face. He's incredible. He's incredible. He really is.
Yes, he was good.
And Michael Shannon. I mean, talk about an ensemble cast. Good Lord. You know, and the thing, I'm one of those guys. I love the fact that every single title has a superficial meaning and a deeper meaning. And yeah, I went in, I like analyzed every show and it's this and that and the other thing, and you know, I was like, I love that kind of crap. You know, my wife's like, go ahead.
Saw episodes where alcohol was illegal, women giving themselves illegal abortions and having to be rushed to the hospital.
Right.
It was real.
Oh,
and that's what the Republicans want us to go back to.
No, they don't want booze to be illegal.
Well, no, they don't want booze to be illegal, but they don't want us to get abortion. But that was disgusting, that abortion scene in Boardwalk Empire. I'll never forget that. Ugh.
Well, the whole thing where, you know, I can't remember her name right now, the Gretchen Mol character right at the end where, you know, they put her in the sanitarium and they were cutting patients open. That actually happened, where they were taking things out, you know, because they were saying that's what was causing them to be crazy. That actually happened. So, you know,
I know.
I was just ticked at the very end. I was like, you know, I had a feeling they were going to do that. I'm like, no, he's not old enough, or he's not the right age. It doesn't make any sense. So whatever. But, you know, again, I don't know who's watched and who hasn't, but yeah, I mean, it really was an amazing show. And what is really interesting is that it's not really being replayed.
Yeah.
You know, and people kind of just forgot about it. And I know that that at the time they were trying to do that Bobby Cannavale show about about the rock producers, and I watched it. I tried to get into it. I can't even remember the name of the stupid show, but that thing tanked within like four episodes, I think. And I love Bobby Cannavale. It just, you know, it didn't have the same feel. Because,
but I think Boardwalk Empire was similar to that movie that Angelina Jolie did, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was a movie about people not having any rights with the police department, and her child was stolen. They brought this kid to her, telling her it was a kid. I don't know if anybody's seen it.
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, and then they put her in a mental institution, and they were giving her shock treatments and stuff.
That's like half the episode or half the movie she's ever done. It seems like that thing with Winona Ryder. She was really good in that. She was pretty phenomenal in Gia too. But I don't know the movie you're talking about. I really don't.
Yeah, that was a good movie. It was a good movie. I can't remember the name of it, but that was a good movie.
I don't know. I'm not a big Angelina Jolie fan.
I'm not either. but that was a good movie.
Yeah.
So it's getting late.
Okay,
yeah. If you guys want to continue, I can leave it up. But Stevie, are you gonna do a live stream? I don't know how you do it.
I would, but like I got all the stuff I gotta get ready for before the summit, and yeah, I gotta work on that.
Okay. Yeah. No problem.
And Stevie, I'll type up a couple of questions, and just for shits and giggles, I'll give you a question for Nina Turner that I've been dying to ask. So if you just happen to be able to interview her, I got one question for her. I really want to know the answer to.
I'm prepared. I mean, you never know who you're going to interview, so I'm getting Nina Turner questions ready too. I mean, you never know.
Are these hardball questions, or just?
They probably. I mean, if I got an opportunity to talk to her, I'm going to ask her something important.
Well, the question that I want to know is, what's it going to take for Democrats to leave the party? What is the rubber meets the road moment? That's my question. And I've been asking her that and asking her that and asking her that, and I don't know, I don't know what it is. And I know she said on Jimmy Dore that she wants Bernie to join the People's Party. But what's it going to take for him to do that? And what's it going to take for her to become an independent? How long are they going to wait? That's my question. Because I'm with them, but I just want to know.
Well, Nina Turner said she wants Bernie to join the draft, Bernie party. She said
right,
that.
But what's it going to take for him to do that? That's my main question.
Yeah, I would like to know too.
I say he should join Justice Democrats. And
what's that?
He should join Justice Democrats, Bernie Sanders, and have Jenks Uger as vice president.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's a couple of questions I have for Paula. I don't know how I'd word it. Like, how, that's my fear, that I don't want her to get lumped in with other candidates. It's like when you run under an umbrella, you're not just running for yourself anymore. You have to be careful that someone under your umbrella, might get dirt on them.
Mm-hmm.
And I want her to win. I really do. I want her to beat him. But yeah, I definitely have some questions for her. I'm gonna give and Stevie, not for nothing, if you want, I don't know how to really do that, because Paula Jean gave me her email address, but I know the name. I don't know it right off the top of my head, but I know the name of the media person. So, I don't know if you're at that summit thing, if you have to go through those people or not.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea if they're going to take me seriously, because I only have like 25 followers right now. So, I got no clue. So, anyway.
But yeah,
I
always
wish I could go. I really do.
I just hope they don't filter any questions that you want to ask them. That's
yeah. See, that's the other thing. I have this feeling that that's what they're going to do with Paula. I just have a feeling, because when you have to go through someone else, it's like
Yeah.
Because Liza was just like, yeah, we'll meet here. You need to know how to get there, and when do you think you're going to come? And blah blah blah. I mean, she doesn't care. But when you have people managing, who sees you and what they can ask and all that, it's like,
yeah, it's the whole purpose.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something like they want to make sure like she's not being interviewed by like, I don't know, Breitbart or something. You know what I mean? Like somebody, but it does. I don't like how there's like a person. Like, she should be able to decide that for herself. I don't like that there's somebody
Right.
else deciding that for her.
Well, I can understand. You know, look at who's primarying Bernie, John Butowski. You know, and that guy's a nutcase. So you know, you could have somebody supporting him, trying to interview her, and you know, going all bonkers on everybody. So I get it.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't know. You know, I don't know how far it goes, and if they're gonna say, well, you can't ask that. Okay, you can ask that. You know, I don't know if they're gonna do that. Just let me know.
Well,
you know,
I won't listen to them if they do.
I know you won't. I've seen some of those. I've seen some of those clips.
Hey guys, I don't like to give up on nothing, but I found out what the movie is Angelina Jolie played in. It was called The Changeling, produced by Clint Eastwood. It was a good
Really?
movie.
Changeling.
Yes.
Damn. I've never even heard of that.
It was out in, I guess, 2008. That was a good darn movie. It was based on a true story. Yes. Yes. You would
That's
like it, because
weird.
I didn't think I would like it. And I watched it, and I'm like, wow. They just was putting women, cops was locking up women. Like one woman accused a police husband of abusing her. They put her in a mental institution, giving her shock treatment and stuff. It was a shame.
So hey, I got one more question before we go, and I know Stevie, I know you gotta boogie and get out of here. What do you think about me trying to contact Sherry Honkala for shits and giggles and interview her for a few minutes?
I'm not familiar with her.
Really?
She's from my area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Philly.
Philly, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she ran in Philly, and there were some shenanigans in there. So, and I'm going to be around in Pennsylvania next week, so you know, I might be able to swing it. And, you know.
Yeah, that'd be
I'll see
awesome.
it, you know.
Anytime there's any kind of shenanigans, you should always try to get in there and ask the questions. So that'd be good.
All I want to know, and she's with the Green Party, so you know, I know Cheryl would be interested, and I know James would be interested because he's a big Green Party guy, and I know I'm interested because I gave her money. And I
she led a
did
rough
talk to her.
life.
Yes. And those are the guys that I really pay attention to, you know. So I don't know. I just, it's like, I think that once that was done, once the election was done, I've been asking, about how I asked some of the Green Party people, and they didn't even know how the appeal was going, and no one knew. So, yeah, I think I'm going to do that too. I wanted to meet or try to meet up with Sam Ronan, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. And I'll, I texted Jamoral too, or I PM'd Jamoral because I'm visiting my mom in Petersburg, Virginia, and Jamal's like a half hour away. So I don't know, with all the crap that was going on, I don't know if, what. Hopefully I could hang out with him for a short time. Hell, maybe even interview him. Why not?
All right,
but
guys.
I just want to hang out with him.
Yeah,
Yep,
definitely.
I know. We got you.
All right, we'll see you guys. We'll do this tomorrow, of course, as always. Thanks. Rough night. See you guys.
Good night, everyone. It's the latest night I stayed up.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
You haven't lived that. Talk to you guys later.
Bye.
We'll make you one of the all night, all dayers yet, Cheryl.
Bye.
Bye.